Chapter 981. Sidhu Lehong smiled and said, "It's fine. I knew about it long ago and already made arrangements." "What arrangements?" "When Xiren just agreed to your challenge. He will fight you 7 days from now. The wager is the 10,000-year-old flame crystal," Sidhu Lehong said unhurriedly. Shao Chen exclaimed in shock. "Challenge? When was that? How come I don't remember challenging him?" Sidhu Lehong did not act like a senior at all. He smiled and said, "I helped you make the challenge. Why don't you agree? If you don't agree, I can cancel it." Shao Chen was speechless. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Senior is really considerate." Well said, well said. There is no need to thank me for this. Just help me get the 10,000-year-old flame crystal," Sidhu Lehong said casually, waving his hand. To think that Shao Chen had been on tenterhooks for a long time. However, Sidhu Lehong had already made arrangements for him. "I will hand the 10,000-year-old flame crystal to Senior 7 days from now. I will leave the lunar shadow saber to Senior." After thinking for a while, Shao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber, the 3-life stone, the Permetha flower, and the soul-returning grass. Sidhu Lehong nodded and waved his hand. "Wait for the good news. You don't have to worry about me. Let's go. I will not send you off." Since Sidhu Lehong sent him off with tea, naturally, Shao Chen did not intend to remain. Shao Chen was still thinking about the results of the longevity fruits auction. He did not know how much wealth it had brought him and whether he could use it to buy some secret treasures containing dragon souls. For when Xiren to be able to enter the top 10 of the Saber School ranking, he definitely had the strength to defeat great Grandmaster level martial sages. However, Shao Chen did not know how strong he was. Shao Chen needed to ask Ying Qiong about all these things. He had to meet the other party quickly. The moment Shao Chen left the mountain manor, he did not have time to think. A resplendent sword light shot at him like a meteor tearing through the sky. Shao Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly materialized the flawless saber Dao. He used his body as a saber and his hand as the edge. With one move, the saber changed hundreds of times. His hair, clothes, shoulders, and arms, there was not a single part that was not a saber. A boundless saber hum resounded throughout the sky. As Shao Chen's hair and hair fluttered, he thrust his finger forward and clashed with this sword light. Bang! A purple energy burst forth from Shao Chen's fingertips. A thunderous roar resounded as the 100-meter sword light shattered. The purple-clad old man, Oyanglong, had been storing up power and waiting for a long time. Yet, Shao Chen broke it with a finger. Shao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived in midair. When he met Oyanglong's gaze, he felt incomparably furious. He said coldly, "Your skin is extraordinarily thick. A great Grandmaster-level martial sage actually sneak-attacked me." Oyanglong's right hand had already recovered, and he was holding a 4-foot-long sword that gleamed with a cold light. A boundless sword intent flowed out from the tip of the sword, and the sword wind howled. It came and went without a trace for 5 kilometers, stirring up the clouds in all directions. He said in a cold voice, "Cut the crap. If you cannot get past me today, you can forget about leaving Sword Forging Peak." The swordsmen below looked at each other. They did not expect Oyanglong to be so angry. This time, Shao Chen is in trouble. Earlier, Oyanglong did not use his sword and got injured in his carelessness. Now he is probably serious. Youths should not show off too much. If Shao Chen had taken Oyanglong's palm strike and let him get back at him, this matter might have passed. Oyanglong has cultivated for 400 years and is a great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Sword Dao. If he used his full strength, there would not be any suspense in dealing with a junior. As the discussions rang out, everyone shook their heads. They did not think much of Shao Chen. When a great Grandmaster-level martial sage truly got angry, the energy that burst out would be a horrifying scene. Ouyang Feng, who was below, was incredibly excited. His father finally used his full strength. This time it would be easy. As long as Xiao Chen's hand was injured, Ouyang Feng would personally step forward and ruthlessly stomp on Xiao Chen's face to wash away his shame. Otherwise, the anger in his heart would never dissipate. Don't blame this old man for bullying the weak today. I'll give you 3 moves. As long as you can receive these 3 moves, this grudge will be written off, Ouyang Long said expressionlessly. Xiao Chen's expression turned extremely sullen. He found it very funny. Written off? Such an overbearing attitude made it seem like he was the one in the wrong. Back then, on Sword Forging Peak, Ouyang Feng had been mocking Xiao Chen, attacking with vicious moves. Xiao Chen had endured many times before he was forced to make a move. Even when he made a move, he did not take Xiao Chen's life. Today, the same scene happened on Sword Forging Peak. Xiao Chen was careless and got injured, unable to even hold his sword. As long as Xiao Chen took another step forward, he would have been able to defeat Xiao Chen in a sorry state. However, Xiao Chen did not do so. In the end, not only did Xiao Chen not appreciate his kindness, but after he recovered, he disregarded his status and sneak-attacked Xiao Chen. Furthermore, he pretended to be righteous, saying that he would settle this grudge in 3 moves. How laughable! How extremely laughable! A white-robed figure flew sharply in the air. As his long hair fluttered, it revealed a delicate face with a Neptune headscarf. His facial features were distinct and had a hidden sharpness. Whoosh! Xiao Chen removed the blue headscarf from his forehead, and his aura suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's originally delicate and reserved face immediately turned sharp. The state of kingship was incredibly tyrannical. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He said, "What a good settling this grudge in 3 moves. Ouyang Long, you really think highly of yourself. What do you have to settle this grudge with me in 3 moves? Today, I will defeat you in 3 moves. It is fine if this grudge is not settled." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, his will of thunder, which contained his great perfection saber soul, surged out with boundless might. A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a purple lightning talisman hovered above his head. Immediately, thunderclouds churned in the sky for 5 kilometers around. As they moved up and down, lightning flashed and thunder roared. There was a boundless sharpness in these berserk thunderclouds. It was like the thunderclouds for 5 kilometers around were an inextinguishable treasure saber. In an instant, it suppressed Ouyang Long, who unleashed his aura without holding anything back and stirred up the winds and clouds. Great perfection, saber soul. The people below felt the swords in their hands tremble, about to fall out of their hands. They prostrated themselves on the ground, their expressions filled with extreme shock. It really is a great perfection saber soul. A small perfection saber soul is already sufficient to fight a great perfection sword soul. A great perfection saber soul can completely suppress Ouyang Long's small perfection sword soul. With this, he can make up for the difference in cultivation. Flawless night, perfect and flawless moon. Xiao Chen swiped his fingertip, and resplendent moonlight suddenly bloomed. The sky immediately turned dark. Back then, when Xiao Chen used his full power, this flawless bright moon had blocked Diwuk's split-second initial knowledge. Now that Xiao Chen's strength had improved significantly, and more importantly, his saber soul had reached great perfection. The might of this flawless bright moon had increased significantly. The moon on Xiao Chen's fingertip shone with a dazzling light and an overwhelming might. The light made it difficult for Ouyang Long to open his eyes. Ouyang Long's expression had long since changed. When he saw this full moon, he brandished his sword. 900 purple night sword formations appeared in the air around him. As they spun, they formed a large purple night sword formation. Boom! The bright moon on Xiao Chen's fingertip turned into a saber light and crashed into this large sword formation. Whoosh! 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 The sword formation lasted for a moment before crumbling in the air. Strands of sword light scattered in all directions, blasting the surrounding mountains for 50 kilometers into pieces. Only the sword chi that landed on Sword Forging Peak was easily erased by a mysterious energy. Spring, summer, autumn wind, winter snow. Flawless 4 seasons, growing and multiplying endlessly. After Xiao Chen's flawless bright moon broke Oyanglong's purple night sword formation, he stood on a lightning dragon. With a flash of electric light, he charged over to Oyanglong, who had retreated 1 kilometer. Red peach blossoms filled the sky. Peach blossoms bloomed, filling the air with a fragrance. There was no spring wind or saber light. The blazing sun was like the high noon sun, burning everything in the world. Its light was like a saber, and the blazing sun was like a sharp blade. The merciless autumn wind swept through the world, leaving nothing alive. Winter snow drifted in the air. No color could be seen for 50 kilometers around. The world was one color, and no saber light could be seen. Endless cycles, growing and multiplying endlessly. This was the first time Xiao Qin completely executed the repaired flawless 4 seasons. The various mysterious phenomena of flawless 4 seasons cycled continuously. Spring saber, summer saber, autumn saber, and winter saber. For sabers chopped down, cycling endlessly. In the sky, Xiao Chen forced Oyanglong back 50 kilometers. As Xiao Chen approached, thunderclouds spread for 5 kilometers around. The thunderclouds stretched endlessly, surging with shocking thunder. Flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. 18 azure saber lights filled the sky and the ground, containing the subduing dragon profound slash. As they flickered, they struck Oyanglong at nearly the same time. Pu Ci. Oyanglong vomited a mouthful of blood. This saber strike knocked him back again, landing on Sword Forging Peak with a loud bang. The surroundings fell silent. When Xiao Qin said that he would defeat Oyanglong in 3 moves, he did so in a clean and efficient manner, not dragging his feet at all. Oyanfeng looked at Oyanglong, who fell back to the ground. His eyes were filled with shock, and he gaped speechlessly. The scene that Oyanfeng imagined did not happen. His father did not beat Xiao Qin to the point where he could not retaliate. Instead, his father was defeated in 3 moves. "Father, how are you?" Oyanfeng asked worriedly as he picked up Oyanglong. Whoosh! A strong wind scattered, and Xiao Qin landed calmly without any expression on his face. The many swordsmen who were watching immediately opened up a path. "I'll kill you, you bastard!" When Oyanfeng saw Xiao Qin land, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot. He charged at Xiao Qin without care for anything else. His entire body was full of openings, and he did not have any technique at all. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and his clothes fluttered. As his hair fluttered, one could hear the metallic clanging of sabers as he easily dodged Oyanfeng. After that, Xiao Qin grabbed Oyanfeng, who had brushed past him, and pulled him back, tossing him forcefully. The mountain peak trembled, and Oyanfeng landed heavily on the ground. Then he vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his complexion instantly paled. When Oyanfeng thought about the strength that Xiao Qin had just displayed, he calmed down. Now he was so frightened that his body trembled. "Xiao Qin, I admit defeat. I swear that from today onwards, I will never seek trouble for you again." As Oyanglong watched Xiao Qin walk over, he felt fear in his heart for some reason. Then he pulled down his old face and begged for mercy. Xiao Qin's expression did not change as he stopped walking. His expression was unfathomable. Oyanglong clenched his teeth and took off the spatial ring in his hand. He said, "These are the resources that I always carry with me. There are 3 million black astral coins and 5,000 kilograms of various divine materials in there. I only beg you to let us father and son off today. I guarantee that I will not seek trouble for you again." Chapter 982. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the spatial ring. Then his figure flashed, and he quickly left this place. These two father and son were not benevolent people, although they said that they definitely would not do it. Xiao Chen wanted to kill the two. However, he did not want to see blood on this sword-forging peak. After all, whether Ao Jiao could be revived depended on Sita Leihong. Secondly, the two had the Purple Knight Sword Sect, one of the 9 ranks of the great families, behind them. Although the Purple Knight Sword Sect's strength and accumulations were not comparable to the peak of the 9 ranks of the great families, like the Haotian sect, they were in the profound domain. However, in the profound domain, offending the Purple Knight Sword Sect and the other parties' main camp would be problematic. After a few flashes, Xiao Qin stood on a lightning dragon and vanished from the many swordsmen of Sword Forging Peak. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Seeing the Ouyang father and son on the ground in sorry states, the other swordsmen all sighed softly. They were also swordsmen, but when they saw Ouyang Long defeated by a bladesman like Xiao Qin, they all felt some resentment. To some extent, these people all held grudges against Xiao Qin. If it were a regular battle, they might have made a move to help, even blocking that bladesman. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's strength and sighing at the speed of his growth, these people felt apprehensive and could only watch as Xiao Chen left. Furthermore, the two had brought this upon themselves for being in such a sorry state. As the saying went, the evils brought upon themselves are the hardest to bear. They would not gain much sympathy. After flying for 250 kilometers in one breath, Xiao Qin casually stopped on the top of a tree. Then he closed his eyes and replayed the earlier battle in his mind. The earlier 3 moves could all be considered martial techniques, surpassing heaven-ranked. With the support of his great perfection saber soul, their might had more than doubled. These were Xiao Chen's 3 strongest killing moves. In today's battle, he mainly relied on his great perfection saber soul. If not for his great perfection saber soul, Flawless Bright Moon would not have burst forth with such strong might, suppressing Ouyang Long's aura in one go. If Ouyang Long had comprehended a great perfection sword soul as well, this battle would have been even more difficult. After defeating his opponent in 3 moves, Xiao Chen maintained a calm mind, gaining a clear understanding of his own strength. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and an expression of comprehension appeared in them. He pushed off the ground and left in satisfaction. 2 days later, Ing Qiong, who had received Xiao Chen's message, met at the largest in an heavenly cauldron, Xiao Chen. Jean de Bao and Old Jiu also went with them. The 2 of them had good expressions on their faces. Clearly, they were very satisfied with the way they handled the black goods. Chen's face, and said he, Dragon said. Chen said he of the 2. Lord, had he, and said. Xiao Chen had, and Xiao had had. Ah. Fatty Jean said enviously, comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. This fat lord spent a lot of effort to sell those goods for 5 million black astral coins. You did not even do anything, and you managed to get 30 million black astral coins. However, Xiao Qin did not feel too surprised. This fat lord had spent a lot of effort to sell those goods for 5 million black astral coins. You did not even do anything, and you automatically obtained 30 million black astral coins. However, Xiao Chen did not feel too surprised. He had heard those swordsmen talk about it at Sword Forging Peak. A few old blue-robed emperors who were nearing the end of their lifespans had come to the auction of the longevity fruit. Naturally, the blue-robed emperor was wealthy. After his people died, he would gain nothing. For the sake of his lifespan, he was willing to spend money. Xiao Chen drank a cup of wine and said, I'll give you another longevity fruit. I do not have any requirements. Help me spend all 30 million black astral coins in 3 days. Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jiu gaped. What do you want me to do? 30 million black astral coins? I need to spend it all in 3 days. Ing Qiong felt confused as well. Doubt filled her pretty face. Help me collect secret treasures containing dragon souls. They have to be at least sage grade. If there are king grade ones, don't let them go no matter how much money you have. In Cheong frowned slightly and said with some difficulty, secret treasures containing dragon souls are not easy to find. I'm afraid it will not be easy to spend these 30 million black astral coins. Xiao Qin nodded and said, I know. Incomplete secret treasures will do as well. In Cheong smiled and said, Incomplete secret treasures will do as well? In that case, this will be easy. The Flourishing Heaven Pavilion has stores all over the Kunlun realm. Every year, there will be piles of incomplete secret treasures. After chatting for a while, the topic shifted to the duel between Xiao Qin and Wenziren. In merely 2 days, the news of Xiao Chen's duel with Wenziren spread throughout the entire Profound Domain. If there was anyone in the Profound Domain who could rival Xiao Qin in fame, it would naturally be Wenziren. The Saber School ranking was established once every 10 years. It had been passed down for tens of thousands of years since the ancient era. However, in the past 1,000 years, no one from the younger generation managed to make it into the top 10. Wenziren managed to make it into the top 10 despite a group of great Grandmaster-level martial sages participating, obtaining the 6th rank. Once this news spread, it caused an uproar. Speaking of which, why did you think of challenging Wenziren? Given your character, you would not be so ostentatious, right? Ing Cheong asked with a smile. Clearly, he had guessed that there was more to it than meets the eye. Kim Taeho looked around and chuckled. Brother Xiao, how confident are you of winning? This fat lord will go and start the bet. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity to make some money, it would be too unfortunate. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then he said, I do not know much about Wenziren, so I can't say for sure. However, I have to win this match. Suddenly, footsteps came from downstairs. A group of guards escorted the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord to the top floor. When the young city lord saw Xiao Qin, he smiled faintly and tossed a heavy wooden box to the young city lord. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and caught it. After he opened it, an overwhelming heat wave spewed out and flames assaulted him. If not for Xiao Qin's strength being far greater than before, he would definitely be injured if he opened this box. Xiao Qin had always been extremely calm. However, when he saw this item, he could not help feeling excited. He quickly closed the box, and his expression changed somewhat. Brother Xiao, there is no need to overthink. Senior brother told me to deliver this. 5 days from now, he will have a fair fight with you in Heavenly Saber City. It will be a simple fight, and he does not want you to be disturbed by anything. The item in the box was none other than the 10,000-year-old flame crystal that Xiao Qin dreamed of. Wenziren's breadth of mind surpassed Xiao Qin's expectations. Xiao Qin's favorable impression of this bladesman, whom he had never met before, immediately improved significantly. With the 10,000-year-old flame crystal in hand, Xiao Qin no longer felt any burden. Late at night, in the guest room, Xiao Qin looked at the wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and entered deep thought. There were still 5 more days before the fight with Wenziren. Now that he had obtained the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, this fight would be much simpler. However, this was a fight between bladesmen. There was no need for Xiao Qin to think about the consequences of losing. Without any burden, he could just fight to his heart's content. Xiao Qin did not know what kind of person Wenziren was. However, at the very least, this breadth of mind greatly increased Xiao Qin's interest in this fight. After putting away the wooden box, Xiao Qin silently flew out of the window and arrived at a desolate place outside the city. If Xiao Qin wanted to test his moves, he naturally had to find a large, quiet place with no one around. An inn was definitely not an option. Xiao Qin could only go outside the city. He would return 3 days later and meet with Ing Cheong. The night was cold and desolate. Occasionally, a cold wind blew in the forest, rustling the leaves. There were still 3 more moves of the myriad heaven divine fist: eternal myth, dusk of deities, and burial of deities. Shao Chen had never truly executed these 3 moves before. Even among the deity race, those who could practice these 3 moves were few and far between. Without reaching a certain age and cultivation realm, or with extraordinary comprehension ability, one would not be able to do so. The final 3 moves of the myriad heaven divine fist were also known as forbidden moves among the deity race. They possessed extremely horrifying might. They would not be any weaker than the divine, sovereign secret techniques that every divine sovereign left behind. Shao Chen closed his eyes and allowed the magic energy in his sea of consciousness to start surging bit by bit. As he circulated the myriad heaven divine fist, motes of golden light shot out from Shao Chen's body, illuminating the forest. The golden light gathered, and a deity statue suddenly appeared behind Shao Chen. This deity statue looked no different from Shao Chen. However, it looked solemn and dignified, exuding might without being angry. Eternal myth. This was Shao Chen's own myth. The myriad heaven divine fist sang of the ancient deity sovereigns of the deity race. Shao Chen was not a member of the deity race and did not believe in gods. If one's heart was not sincere enough, logically speaking, one would not be able to practice the myriad heaven divine fist. However, Shao Chen blazed a different path, creating his own myth and being loyal only to himself. He did not believe in gods and only believed in himself. Who was the myth? He was the myth. Shao Chen continuously poured such thoughts into his heart like he was hypnotizing himself. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained like spring water. As the magic energy drained, the deity statue behind Shao Chen grew increasingly denser. Its figure became more realistic, and divine might gathered in its eyes. Bang! With a boom, the deity statue behind Shao Chen grew incredibly huge. It was now 100 meters tall, like a small mountain. Finally, a trace of divine might gathered. Not a single tree remained in the forest. Under the sweep of the divine might, it turned into nothing in less than 1 breath. Shao Chen's expression turned solemn. His face looked like it was carved, dignified, and holy. Praises came from the air. With a thought, Shao Chen raised his hand and slapped the air in front of him. The deity statue behind Shao Chen stretched out its hand and slapped the air in front of it. A huge hand that covered the sky formed. This palm covered a distance of 25 kilometers. The golden light that shot out in all directions immediately illuminated the entire night sky. This palm strike seemed to make the distant sky sink by half a meter. The flat ground caved in deeply. Shao Chen silently circulated his energy and withdrew this move. The deity statue slowly faded away. Then, Shao Chen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. Just relying on Shao Chen's magic energy to condense divine might was insufficient. If Shao Chen could be like those deities of the deity race, forging deity statues in the deity domain and the lower realms, he could build temples for the people to worship and provide the power of faith. In that case, the might of this eternal myth could double. Following that, Shao Chen started to materialize dusk of deities. This move was even more mighty, and the state it contained was even vaster and vaster. Cultivators of the deity race without strong mental energy would not be able to practice it. Normally, only those who reached the level of the blue-robed emperor were qualified to practice these 2 moves. Of course, this was just the qualification. Whether one could successfully practice, it still required extremely high comprehension ability and a strong physical body. There was a huge difference between Dusk of Deities and Eternal Myth. Dusk of Deities did not need to condense divine might. The state that Shao Chen needed to materialize was that of the destruction of the ancient divine kingdom, the arrival of the end of the world, the end of the myth, the fall of the gods, and the fall of prosperity. Chapter 983. From a certain point of view. This was closely related to D, Wuk's split-second initial awareness. Split-second initial awareness represented the beginning of glory. That first brilliant light illuminated the darkness. The dusk of gods represented the decline of glory, the end of a legend. In that instant, the blood-stained setting sun was the final, sorrowful light of dusk before darkness descended. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to test it out. He sat cross-legged on the ground. First, the scene of D. Wuk executing split-second initial awareness appeared in his mind. Following that, the scene of D. Wuk summoning the divine kingdom image appeared. Then, the scene of the 12 keepers working together to summon the divine kingdom image appeared. All sorts of scenes appeared in his mind. If there were any missing parts, Xiao Chen would fill in the gaps. After sitting there for 6 hours, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Without getting up, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Late at night, the pitch-black night immediately turned into a blood-stained canvas. A dispirited setting sun hung in the distant sky. Strands of beautiful, blood-red fiery light fell to the ground like a meteor shower. Every meteor was a fallen deity. Mournful music rang out in the gloomy sky, filling the entire world with a solemn and stirring atmosphere. Bang! A strand of scarlet light shot out of Xiao Chen's fingertip and instantly tore through 5 kilometers. It looked like a waterfall in the sky, lingering for a long time. With a casual wave of his hand, all sorts of mysterious phenomena vanished. Night fell once more. The setting sun was gone, and the scarlet light no longer appeared. Only the scarlet waterfall that Xiao Chen executed in the sky did not scatter. Its might still lingered, and an apocalyptic aura spread out. Everywhere the waterfall passed, all the birds and beasts within 5 kilometers fled in panic. Xiao Chen slowly stood up and patted the dust off his body. Then he muttered, "This is still not enough. If I can see a deity of the deity domain fall with my own eyes, I can better materialize this solemn state. Or I can find one of the 7 thrones, the Despair Throne, to strengthen the power of this move." In the blink of an eye, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "Having flaws means that there is room for improvement. Right now, the power of this move is basically sufficient." The myriad heaven divine fist had one last move left, the burial of deities. Compared to dusk and finality, it was an even colder and more profound state. It was the final sentence of a glorious legend. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to test this move rashly. He faintly felt that there was something deeper to this move. At this moment, the myriad heaven divine fist that Xiao Chen comprehended had already broken away from the introduction on the surface. He had a more complete understanding of it. Many things and details that the God Clan's experts couldn't see. He had completed them and even added some of his own things. By relying on the large amount of divine liquid essence absorbed from the heavenly dew divine spring, Xiao Chen's originally strong comprehension ability had already reached an unimaginable level. For 3 days, Xiao Chen stayed here, repeatedly practicing these 2 moves. Although Xiao Chen did not make any major breakthroughs, he became much more familiar with executing the moves. At the very least, he could execute them with a thought. With some control, he could control the timing of his attacks, drawing them back and forth as he pleased. When the appointed time with Ying Qiong arrived, Xiao Chen unfurled the freedom wings and executed the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart, a few times. Then he rushed back to the city in the time it took to brew a pot of tea. Inside the inn, Xiao Chen sat down and drank his tea leisurely, quietly waiting for Ying Qiong to arrive. Xiao Chen felt very confident in Ying Qiong's ability to handle matters. Since the other party said that he could obtain a large number of secret treasures containing dragon souls, he would definitely be able to obtain them. "Young master, someone sent a letter to this in 3 days ago." When the waiter saw Xiao Chen arrive, he immediately came over happily. "A letter? Who sent it? Xiao Chen put down his teacup and tossed a black astral coin to the waiter. Then he took out the letter and did not rush to read its contents. Instead, he looked at the signature. Senior sister, from Shui Lingling, Xiao Chen read softly. Then he opened the letter and read it carefully. After a while, Xiao Chen put down the letter. His expression appeared somewhat unsightly. Xiao Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. A bitter taste lingered on his tongue. Haha, young master, Xiao rarely shows such an expression. Did something happen? Ying Qiong arrived with a smile on her face. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen pushed the letter back to the other party. After Ying Qiong read it, her originally smiling face turned extremely angry. How can they do this? This is too much. Shui Lingling's letter was announced to the world in Bushan Palace. 2 months later, Xiao Hoju would hold his king conferral ceremony in White Emperor City. He would be conferred the White Tiger King, but he did not mention Xiao Chen at all. Ying Qiong could not help feeling angry. This was originally Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony, but the 3 holy masters' ceremony dragged on for half a year. By the time Xiao Hoju was conferred king, Xiao Chen had only become a foil. At the end of the letter, Shui Lingling expressed some worry. The 3 holy masters' place seemed to have connections with the 3 sovereign noble clans of the human race, the Jiang clan, the Yan clan, and the Lin clan. They would make a move against Xiao Chen during the final period, preventing him from appearing at the king conferral ceremony. I'll send someone to escort you back. Ying Qiong also expressed his worry. If Xiao Chen missed the king conferral ceremony, it would be equivalent to him giving up. It would be very difficult for him to be conferred the title of Blue Dragon King in the future. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Give me the secret treasures containing the dragon soul first." The Haotian Emperor had said that within 3 years, the blue-robed emperor would not make a move against Xiao Chen. This was the rule between major characters. This was a promise that Ying Zongzong had made to Xiao Chen from behind. It held great weight. Without this promise, without Ying Zongtian, who had expressed a stance long ago, Xiao Chen's path would be even more difficult than it was now. Since the blue-robed emperor could not make a move, Xiao Chen had nothing to fear. If he could not get past this hurdle, he would not have the face to participate in the king conferral ceremony. Ying Qiong gave Xiao Chen a somewhat reproachful look. Then he followed Xiao Chen's instructions and took out the secret treasures containing the dragon's soul one by one. Aside from a few complete sage-grade secret treasures, all the king-grade secret treasures were fragments. Not a single one was complete. Most of the secret treasures were damaged beyond recognition, far inferior to the half of the flood dragon scissors that Xiao Chen obtained. Seeing Xiao Chen carefully look through every secret treasure containing the dragon soul, Ying Qiong asked somewhat nervously, "How is it? Are these enough?" In Ying Qiong's eyes, these secret treasures were basically a pile of trash. At most, the materials had some value. In the eyes of others, they were not worth mentioning. Aside from specialized blacksmiths, no cultivator would buy these things. Xiao Chen raised his head and said, "Not bad. Many thanks. There should be more than this, right?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ying Qiong's somewhat worried expression vanished. He smiled and said, "There's still some left, but not much. You have not finished spending your 30 million black astral coins. In that case, it should not be a problem to increase his strength by 2 dragon force. After all, the materials of these secret treasures could not compare to the flood dragon scissors, which was once an immortal equipment. The dragon soul was also not as strong as the flood dragon spirit. Xiao Chen had not finished spending his 30 million black astral coins. As Xiao Chen had expected, secret treasures containing dragon souls were not easy to find, even if they were fragments. 3 days was indeed rather short. It was already very impressive that Ying Qiong could help Xiao Chen to this extent. If Xiao Chen had to search for them himself, he would not even be able to find half of them in 3 days. Cheong stretched out his hand and tossed over a spatial ring. I don't want your 30 million black astral coins. Most of these are discarded items piled up in the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's warehouse. There is basically no use for them. Xiao Chen received the spatial ring. However, he did not show much joy on his face. Even the flourishing Heaven Pavilion could only obtain a few fragments of secret treasures containing dragon souls. In that case, if Xiao Chen wanted to gather 10 dragon force and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art, where should he go to find these secret treasures containing dragon souls? Cheong seemed to have noticed Xiao Chen's doubts. He said, "As the saying goes, dragons hide in the depths. Dragons hide in the depths of the 9 abysses. There are more secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean." The heavenly starry ocean was a vast and boundless place filled with islands, sects, and countless experts. To many of the cultivators of the Kunlun realm, it was a mysterious place. It looks like I really have to make a trip to the heavenly starry ocean in the future, Xiao Chen thought to himself. The saying, dragons hide in the depths, is not wrong. After bidding farewell to Cheong, Xiao Chen brought the secret treasures containing dragon souls to the guest room. Not wasting any time, he immediately circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art to consume these secret treasure fragments. There were too many of them. Xiao Chen spent an entire day before he finished consuming them all. Just as he had expected, this casual strike added 2 dragons' strength to the foundation of 3 dragons' strength. Collecting secret treasures containing dragon souls was indeed a shortcut for cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chen stood up and checked his strength. Then he revealed a satisfied expression. With 5 dragon force in a casual strike, he could barely exchange moves with a great Grandmaster level martial sage without using a martial technique. By circulating deities descending, he could fight a great Grandmaster level martial sage without needing to multiply his combat prowess tenfold, saving a lot of energy. Xiao Chen took out the wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old flame crystal again. Then he revealed a grave expression as he muttered to himself, "Ayo, Jiao should be back by now, right?" Given Situ Lei Hong's abilities, for days should be more than enough to revive Ao Jiao. Let's go. Not suppressing the anticipation in his heart, Xiao Chen leaped out of the window and executed the freedom wings, so close yet worlds apart magic skill, flying toward Sword Forging Peak. With each step, Xiao Chen traveled 50 kilometers. Now he was close to 1,000 kilometers. After taking 10-odd steps, Sword Forging Peak came into view. Xiao Chen rushed up the mountain. His hurried pace stunned the many swordsmen of Sword Forging Peak. Xiao Chen had entered Sword Forging Peak many times. The swordsmen who came here all saw Xiao Chen remain calm and collected, even when facing the mocking of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Xiao Chen did not get angry. At the very least, he did not show it on the surface. His pace had never been so hurried. When the swordsmen looked at Xiao Chen's expression, they could easily capture a trace of nervousness. What exactly happened? Why is the white-robed Xiao Chen in such a rush? Could it be that he is under too much pressure from the upcoming duel? I heard that when Xiren is in the limelight this time, several older generation, great Grandmaster-level martial sages fell to his saber. The younger generation bladesmen are indeed at their peak in the past few years. Unfortunately, although there are many outstanding talents of the sword Dao, there are no peak experts who can match them aside from Yan Shursen, whose whereabouts are unknown. The rarely seen nervousness on Xiao Chen's face and his hurried expression confused the swordsmen, causing them to speculate. Chapter 984. After entering the mountain manor, the bellboy led Xiao Chen to Situ Lei Hong, who had a calm expression as he hugged the lunar shadow saber and drank tea. "Ha! Little friend, Xiao Chen is here. What's wrong? You feel that you cannot defeat Wen Xiren, so you want to take the saber back in advance? I'll have to disappoint you. Without the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, I will not give you this saber. Situ Leihong smiled, but his tone did not change at all. Before Situ Leihong finished speaking, the lunar shadow saber in his embrace started trembling intensely. The force far surpassed Situ Leihong's expectations. Whoosh! The saber shot out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught the flying lunar shadow saber. Then he closed his eyes and felt it. He saw a familiar figure within the lunar shadow saber. This person's eyes were tightly shut as she floated on the lake. At first, Xiao Chen rejoiced. However, he called out in his heart. However, Ao Jiao did not open her eyes. He could not help but ask anxiously, "Senior, what's going on?" Situ Leihong grabbed with a flip of his hand, and a strong suction pulled the lunar shadow saber back into his grasp. Only then did he reveal a satisfied expression. Bang! However, in less than a second, the lunar shadow saber struggled free again and flew toward Xiaochen. Damn! Situ Leihong cursed without the air of a grandmaster. Is this fellow that good? This old man went through a lot of trouble to save you. After cursing, Situ Leihong saw the worried expression on Xiao Chen's face. He smiled and said, "Brat, don't be unaware of your blessings. This is her fortuitous encounter. When she wakes up, this saber of yours will have a chance of ranking high on the divine weapon ranking." When Xiao Chen heard that, he immediately revealed an irrepressible expression of joy. He did not care whether he could rank high on the divine weapon ranking or not. As long as Ao Jiao really came back to life, everything would be fine. Senior Situ, I will never forget this great kindness. Xiao Chen knelt on one knee and performed a cupped fist salute to Situ Leihong. A man would not kneel even if he had money. He would kneel to the heavens, the earth, and his parents. Other than that, even if you beat him to death, Xiao Chen would never kneel to a third person. However, no matter what, Situ Leihong could accept Xiao Chen's kneel, could accept Xiao Chen's bow for Ao Jiao. Situ Leihong's smiling face was embarrassed by Xiao Chen's kneeling. With a wave of his hand, he helped Xiao Chen up. He said helplessly, "You brat, you're really—" Unable to continue, Situ Kai sighed and said, "I have seen countless people in my life. You are the only one who dares to be so stubborn over a saber. Take the saber. You can use it without worry now. With the help of this saber, your chances of victory in the fight with Wenziren will increase by 20%. Xiao Chen thought of something and handed the wooden box containing the 10,000-year-old flame crystal to Situ. When Situ Leihong opened the wooden box and took a look, his expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, "This Wu Xiaoqian's disciple is an interesting person. This battle is going to be interesting. Let's go, let's go. There's no need to be pretentious." Suddenly, Situ Leihong glanced around and saw Xiaoqin preparing to draw his saber in the hall. Startled, he put down the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and shouted, "Don't move! Boom!" Before Situ Leihong finished speaking, he saw a flash of light. The saber light shattered the entire hall in one breath of time. A strand of saber light soared into the clouds within the mountain manor, tearing through 50 kilometers of clouds and piercing into the sky. The long line of swordsmen at Sword Forging Peak looked up in shock, not understanding what was going on. The swords in the hands of several swordsmen rang out as they broke. The entire Sword Forging Peak turned chaotic. Outside the famous heavenly saber city of the Profound Domain, there was a lake called Nine Dragons Lake. The lake water was clear and boundlessly vast. When one looked into the distance, they could not see the end of the fog. There were 9 mountain peaks around the lake. They were very tall and looked like huge dragons soaring into the clouds. The mountain peaks looked like dragons. However, the dragons that each mountain peak looked like were different. They all had very distinct characteristics. According to rumor, these 9 mountain peaks were formed by the divine dragons of the Immortal epoch. In the distant past, someone once heard the mountains roar like a dragon roar, stirring and mournful. This made the legend of the mountain peaks being formed by the divine dragons seem somewhat ethereal. The mountain peaks were very tough, able to withstand a strike from the blue-robed emperor without collapsing. Each mountain peak suppressed a peak spirit vein. Back then, when the sword and saber clashed, before the saber sovereign Wu Shaotian and the sword sovereign Lu Shaoyan advanced to martial emperor, they fought 9 times on this 9 Dragons Lake. They had fought 9 times on the 9 Dragons Lake, and all 9 times they had ended in a draw. They had become lifelong rivals. The last time the two fought on 9 Dragons Lake, they had advanced to the blue-robed emperor at that time. They each represented the peak rising talents of the sword and saber factions of the profound domain. That battle was very soul-stirring and exciting. Even after thousands of years, it was still a well-known story, praised by everyone. The result of the battle was still a draw, but at the end of the battle. However, at the end of the battle, the two used their comprehensions to break through the bottleneck of Emperor Wu at the same time, both becoming emperors. In the sky, there were 2 descending roads of emperor, and 2 people were running together. At the same time, they stepped onto the peak and pushed open their respective doors to Emperor Wu, stepping onto the Great Tao. It was also that battle that caused the originally unknown 9 Dragon Lake to become the famous Holy Land of Duels in the Xian region. The standards were extremely high. Later, because of the frequent duels, Heavenly Saber City set a rule that only blue-robed emperor-level existences could duel here. Perhaps there really was a mysterious spiritual energy in this place. Many years later, a few more people advanced to martial emperor after dueling here, making 9 Dragons Lake even more famous. However, the grand feat of the sword sovereign Lu Shaoyan and the saber sovereign Wu Shaotian advancing to martial emperor together never happened again. Today, another duel would take place at 9 Dragons Lake, opening the door for 2 bladesmen of the younger generation. Neither side of the duel was as strong as the blue-robed emperor. However, they still allowed the duel to take place at 9 Dragons Lake. The reason was none other than the 2 people's names. One was the white-robed Shao Qin, and the other was the saber sovereign's disciple, Wenziren. At this moment, countless large ships and flying spirit beasts floated above the white clouds outside the mountain peak. Even more cultivators stood there. All of them looked into the distance, towards the center of 9 Dragons Lake. A blue-clad cultivator sat cross-legged in the center of the lake. This youth had delicate features and looked spotless. He exuded an ethereal air from head to toe. A long saber floated quietly on the water surface beside the youth's left hand. Simple and unadorned patterns were carved on the saber's scabbard. The complicated patterns gave off an ancient aura. An ancient word was carved on both sides of the saber's hilt. Luo River. Around the blue-clad youth were a few water people the size of a cultivator. They were currently fighting each other, practicing some kind of profound saber technique. While the blue-clad youth looked like he was resting, in reality he did not relax at all. He made full use of every spare moment to cultivate. Several people on the ship above the clouds would occasionally turn their heads to look into the distance. Their expressions of anticipation contained some excitement and nervousness. However, every time they turned their heads back, they were disappointed. As time passed, they could not help feeling somewhat anxious. Strange, when Xiren arrived early in the morning. Why is there no sign of Shao-Chun yet? It is almost noon already. This is too worrying. Naturally, the cultivators who rushed over after hearing the news were here to watch the duel between Shao-Chun and Wenziren. However, no one showed up after so long. It was hard to avoid feeling anxious. Could it be that the recent rumors are right? The saber in Shao-Chun's hand is just a decoration, completely crippled? The rumors have been spreading rather ferociously recently. I heard that Shao-Chun was severely injured in the 9 layers of purgatory and has been suppressing his injuries, unable to fight for long. I even heard that after Shao-Chun defeated Ouyang Long in 3 moves on Sword Forging Peak, He immediately vomited 3 liters of blood. I don't know who started the bet recently, but the payout for Xiao Chen is already won. 3. In the end, all the bets are on Wenziren. Ha! It looks like something is indeed wrong. Fortunately, I resisted the temptation and bet all 500,000 black astral coins on Wenziren. Ha ha ha. Me too. I bet half of my 1 million black astral coins on Wenziren. No matter what, Wenziren's strength has always been stable. His performance in this saber school ranking competition spoke for itself. His chances of victory are at least 50%. As for Xiao Chen, it is hard to say. When bets were placed for duels, especially for famous ones, there would normally be people opening bets. This was not a rare thing in the Kunlun realm. At this moment, the sun was high in the sky. Noon was about to pass, but there was still no sign of Xiao Chen. Everyone could not help feeling suspicious. Above the white clouds, on the deck of the profound domains Ying clan's worship, Kim Tae-ho continuously calculated the bets he had received since the bets opened. Lord Jiu stood at the side, clearly excited. The amount of bets was unexpectedly large. If the results were as Fatso said, they would have made a huge profit this time. However, if they lost, not only would they have to pay back all the astral coins they obtained from selling the illegal goods, but they would also have to work for the Ying clan for the rest of their lives to repay the debt. The two of them were not famous. Naturally, they had to find someone to vouch for them. Kim Tae-ho had a glib tongue, getting Ying Cheong to vouch for them. Hence, the bets opened smoothly. Lord Jiu said nervously, "Why does this Lord Jiu feel a little nervous? Fatso, aren't you going overboard with this rumor? What if Xiao Chen really loses?" Kim Tae-ho shouted, "How can that be? 3 days ago, a strand of saber chi destroyed most of the manor on Sword Forging Peak. Others might not know, but this fat lord is absolutely certain that the lunar shadow saber has completely recovered." However, Ying Cheong, who was at the side, smiled softly and said, "That is hard to say. Even if the lunar shadow saber is unsheathed and Xiao Chen's strength increases significantly, Wenziren's river water saber is not something to be trifled with. The saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian put in a lot of effort to enter the divine weapon ranking in the future for the sake of this river water saber." Kim Tae-ho said, embarrassedly, "Little sister, don't scare this fat lord. If this fat lord loses, the one who will suffer the greatest loss will be you." A crafty look flashed in Ying Cheong's eyes as she sized up Kim Tae-ho. Then she nodded and smiled. "Don't worry. This lady naturally has a way to recoup my losses from you. You better pray to God and Buddha to protect yourself. What are you trying to do? This fat lord is not selling his body," Kim Tae-ho said as he quickly took a few steps back, feeling flustered from Ying Cheong's gaze. Ying Cheong could not help laughing. She burst out in laughter and said, "Dream on. With all that fat on your body, how much is 1 kilogram? Ka, ka, ka." The water figures materializing mysterious martial techniques around the blue-robed bladesman when Wenziren suddenly shattered, turning into droplets of rain falling from the sky. Such a change instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wenziren opened his eyes and grasped the river water saber beside him. Then he slowly stood up and stared at the empty water in front. Chapter 985. He was as gentle as water as he stood quietly on the water. His facial features were not considered handsome, but his sharpness was withdrawn. It was like he had merged with the entire Nine Dragons Lake. The Tao was natural, and the saber was like the Tao. He was like a treasured saber that drifted with the waves. Bang! The space in front folded up. The mountains and rivers turned hazy and indistinct. A white figure took a step forward in an extremely distant place. In the next moment, he stood on the lake, 1 kilometer away from Wenziren. Ying Cheong's gaze immediately shifted over, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Chen is here." He finally came. If he had come any later, the sun would have set. Haha. Right now, our profound domains, bladesmen, firmly suppress the swordsman. Today, the battle between two peak-rising talents will definitely be a feast for the eyes. Xiao Chen's appearance allowed everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the long-awaited duel would be ruined. Everyone would feel that it was a pity. "Sorry for the delay. So I came late," Xiao Chen said apologetically as he performed a cupped fist salute after sizing up Wenziren. "It is not too late to come before the sun sets. How about competing with the saber first?" Wenziren's aura was like water, but his character was extremely decisive. He did not hesitate at all. The moment he arrived, he immediately prepared for the duel. From a certain point of view, Wenziren was very similar to Xiao Chen. They were both people who did not like to speak nonsense. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he had no objections. Then, the two's right hands silently grasped their saber hilts at the same time. At this moment, the two's auras suddenly changed. In that instant, all of their sharpness exploded out. Thousands of sabers clashed, resounding over the vast lake, clanging endlessly. Thousands upon thousands of water pillars containing boundless saber intent soared into the sky above the lake, soaring into the clouds. A resplendent light as bright as the sun shone. The lunar shadow sword and the river water left the two's right hands at the same time, shooting forward like meteors. Just like that, the atmosphere of a great battle suddenly descended. No one expected the two to be so decisive, starting the duel without saying anything. What was a duel of sabers? Blade's men were no stranger to this. Simply put, it was drawing one saber in an instant. The moment they clashed in midair, whoever saber was knocked away would be the loser. This seemingly simple action contained too many factors. Aura, cultivation, will, saber soul, the angle at which the saber was drawn, the control of the environment, and everyone's comprehension of saber techniques. The slightest mistake would put him at a disadvantage in the saber competition. In addition to the above, there was another very important factor, which was the saber itself. When an ordinary saber clashed with a high-grade famed saber, it went without saying who had the upper hand. In a situation where both sides had similar talents, the saber itself was the deciding factor in a saber duel. Seeing Xiao Chen agree to Wenziren's request without hesitation, the many cultivators watching outside the white clouds were all startled. Who in the profound domain did not know that Wenziren's river water saber was personally forged by the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian. The materials used and the effort put in were all for the divine weapon ranking. Although it was only a sub-divine weapon now, as long as it advanced to a divine weapon, it would charge into the divine weapon ranking. It would become one of the 10 great divine weapons. The divine might it contained rivaled that of a primordial emperor treasure. The famed river water saber was famous everywhere. In the past few years, this saber had chopped down countless older generation cultivators. Who knew how many treasures had been chopped in half by the river water saber? During the saber school ranking competition, Wenziren had used this saber to chop down 8 great Grandmaster level martial sages, ranking within the top 10 of the saber school ranking. This had also pushed the prestige of this saber to the peak. This Xiao Chen is too arrogant to think that he really dares to compete with Wenziren. How unfortunate. Originally, I was looking forward to this battle. Now there is nothing to see. If his saber is not good, he could have just said so. Why the need to be stubborn? Given Wenziren's character, he will definitely give up on competing with the saber. Both sides will fight with sabers of the same quality. With that, he still wants to participate in the king conferral ceremony. I think he should stop embarrassing himself. Haha, who cares? I bet on Wenziren winning. That's true. Rumors spread everywhere. Many bladesmen expressed that it was a pity. These people could not be blamed for having such one-sided discussions. This was because the fame of the river water saber had flourished in the profound domain in the past few years. Lord Zhou's ears were very sharp. When he heard the discussions around, he could not help but feel even more uncertain. Fatso, are your words accurate or not? At this moment, Kim Tae-ho felt uncertain as well. He could not help but look at Ing Cheong. Ing Cheong's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself, "This is rather strange." Given Wen Xiren's character, he would not ask to compete with his saber despite knowing that his saber is better. What's going on? When Kim Tae-ho heard that, he immediately showed a bitter expression. It's over. This fat lord is really going to fail this time. Regardless of what the others were discussing, the lunar shadow saber above the lake, the lunar shadow saber gave off a resplendent purple light. Electricity gathered and spun in the air, creating strands of flickering electricity. This caused the sky to turn dark for some reason. When Xiao Chen looked up, thunderclouds spread out in the sky as the lunar shadow saber danced. The surging thunderclouds were like true dragons swimming with the saber, breathing and swallowing the clouds. The wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning in the surroundings all moved with it. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, the world moved. Xiao Chen grasped the essence of the saber perfectly. However, the more this was so, the more the spectating cultivators felt it was a pity. Such exquisite saber skills were sufficient to prove that Xiao Chen lived up to his reputation. However, the saber in his hand was not up to par. He would definitely lose if he competed with the saber. Several people even sighed softly. It was not for anything else, but because there would be one less exciting battle between bladesmen. This might become a regret of their lives. On the other side, Wen Xiren's saber was as gentle as water. It had a gentle aura, like flowing water. However, as Wen Xiren drew his saber, the aura of this saber also changed in an instant. The roar of a mountain torrent erupted between the heavens and the earth, covering the surroundings and competing with the sound of thunder. The saber spun endlessly. Watery clouds covered the sky, and a heavy downpour fell. The rainwater was like a saber. When it landed on the water, it sounded like many treasured sabers humming and trembling. The falling rainwater turned into thousands of strands hidden at the bottom of the lake. As the undercurrent surged, the humming of the saber sounded like a powerful dragon roar, lingering on endlessly. It resonated with the watery clouds in the sky, resisting the 50 kilometers of thunderclouds bearing fangs and claws together. The famed saber, the river water, fell into the water like a saber. Amid the cool breeze and drizzle, the blue-robed Wen Xiren stood on the surface of the lake, looking spotless. As he did so, a dragon roar sounded. Time seemed to stop on this 9 dragons lake. Xiao Chen and Wen Xiren stood calmly on the water. The horrifying, mysterious phenomenon in the surroundings did not affect them at all. It was like the hearts of bladesmen, absolutely calm and rational. Nothing could disturb them. As the 2 spinning sabers approached each other, several of the spectating cultivators in the sky could not help but close their eyes, unwilling to watch. The result was set from the very start. Without a divine weapon, what saber in the world could defeat the famed river water saber in a competition of sabers? Ing Cheong's heart could not help pounding heavily. Anxiety appeared in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "This idiot!" That is the famed river water saber, a treasure saber that the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian forged for the sake of breaking into the divine weapon ranking. Isn't he very smart all along? Why did he agree to compete with the saber without thinking? Of course, time would not really stop. However, the 2 sabers storing up power gave others the misconception that time had slowed down. What would come would come. The instant the 2 sabers were about to clash, they suddenly accelerated. They were as fast as a glimpse, surpassing the speed of most cultivators' eyes. Then they quickly clashed. Before everyone could understand what was going on, they heard a crisp sound coming from the center of the lake. Where the 2 sabers clashed, a light encased them. Electricity flickered as 2 dragons clashed. The water spout soared into the sky and instantly swept up the 2 sabers, turning the chaotic situation even more chaotic. For a moment, no one could see what was going on. Thunder clouds and water clouds clashed in the sky. Loud sounds reverberated in all directions. Layers of clouds scattered like the sky was shattering, looking exceptionally scary. The undercurrent of the dragon roars on the surface of the lake under Winzyren's feet slowly faded. Ripples spread across the surface of the lake, and waves surged wildly. Winzyren moved up and down with the waves. At some point in time, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. What's going on? When everyone saw the blood at the corner of Winzyren's lips, and then looked at the calm, white-robed Xiao Chen, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, at the place where the two sabers clashed, light flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. No one could see the result clearly. Someone whispered. The instant the two sabers clashed, I seemed to hear the sound of a saber breaking. Could it be that someone's saber broke? That should be Xiao Chen's saber, the famed river water saber. If a divine weapon does not appear, no saber can break it. It looks like after Xiao Chen's saber broke, Winzyren was significantly injured as well. That makes sense. How unfortunate. This is truly unfortunate. Although I do not want to say it, white-robed Xiao Chen lost unjustly. No one believed that the river water saber could break. Since a saber broke, it had to be Xiao Chen's saber. Kim Taeho looked around and laughed loudly. He fanned himself and said, "Little sister Ing Cheong, this fat lord is going to relieve himself. My stomach is disappointing." Sensing that something was wrong, Fatso quickly tried to flee. However, he had only taken one step when a few Ing clan cultivators blocked his way with murderous expressions. Bang! Lord Jiu, who had slipped out earlier, was tossed back to the deck. He had an awkward smile on his face. When Fatso saw the situation, he immediately shut his mouth and squatted on the ground with a bitter expression. If one did not know better, one would think that he was constipated. In Cheong ignored these two clowns. Her pretty face was filled with uncertainty, disappointment, and worry. Bang! The chaotic scene in the center of the lake slowly scattered. The waterspout fell back to the surface, and the thunder clouds and watery clouds in the sky also vanished. A beam of sunlight descended and a bright light shone. Under the blazing sun, the surface of the lake shimmered, making it look very bright. After everything calmed down, only a saber remained hovering above the lake. The saber stood proudly facing the blazing sun, flickering with a dazzling light. Chapter 986. That's not right. That is not Luo water. That is the lunar shadow saber. Suddenly, someone's expression changed greatly. He opened his mouth and cried out in shock, as if he had seen the most unreasonable thing in the world. An uproar immediately spread among all the spectating martial artists. What happened? Where is Winzyren's saber? Impossible! This is impossible. It must be an illusion. However, as Winzyren stretched out his hand to the bottom of the lake, he grabbed the two halves of the river water saber. An unacceptable fact had happened just like that. Countless sabers broke. The famed Luo River, which carried the saber sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's hopes, broke. No one had expected that the result would be like this. It was the famed saber Luo Shui that was broken. As for the saber that belonged to Xiao Qin, it still stood proudly in the air, shining with a dazzling brilliance. The surroundings were silent for a long time. On the Ing family's battleship, Kim Taeho's jaw dropped. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. "You almost scared this Lord Fatty to death. I really can't open this board so carelessly in the future." The solemn expression on Ing Cheong's face slowly relaxed, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. On Nine Dragons Lake, when Zyron held the broken saber, his expression was somewhat shocked, but he did not feel too surprised. When Zyron smiled faintly and put away the broken saber, then he wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and looked at Xiao Qin. I heard from Master 3 days ago that you obtained a good saber at Sword Forging Manor. However, I did not expect it to be so strong. What is the name of this saber? Lunar Shadow. Xiao Chun waved his hand and returned his saber to its sheath, answering honestly. When Xiren muttered to himself for a while. Then he raised his head and smiled. Lunar Shadow, that is a pretty good name. I will remember it. Let's continue the duel. Upon hearing When Xiren's words, the surrounding cultivators frowned slightly. When Xiren's saber was already broken. Why did he still want to compete? Xiao Chun withdrew his palm and put away the Lunar Shadow saber. He nodded and said, I will not use a saber in this battle. You can choose another saber. Xiao Chen cultivated the flawless saber Dao. Having a saber in his hand was just icing on the cake. It wouldn't affect his combat strength. But it was different for the other party. When Xiren smiled and said, There's no need to choose a saber. The Luo water art that I cultivate has a great advantage in this 9 Dragons Lake. I have long heard of the flawless saber Dao. Let me see how extraordinary the saber Dao that made the ancient people show their sages is. Xiao Chen was not a stubborn and inflexible person. He could tell that when Xiren had already accepted the outcome of this battle. What he wanted was nothing more than to find an opponent who was on par with him so that he could make a breakthrough in this battle. Since that was the case, then he would have nothing to worry about and fight to his heart's content. The two of them looked at each other and saw the raging fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The calm lake water surged with undercurrents. It was as if a great dragon hidden in the depths of the lake had opened its eyes and was accumulating power to soar into the sky. Feeling this atmosphere, the many cultivators on the warship and spirit birds all shut their mouths, waiting for an exciting battle to begin. Unexpectedly, the one to make the first move was When Xiren, who had broken his saber. When Xiren smashed his palm on the water, there was a loud boom. 9 huge, 3-kilometer-tall waves surged out in all directions. The waves surged forward like huge dragons. 9 dragons roared ferociously, giving off a strong aura that could swallow up the world. In an instant, they buried Xiao Chen within them. Xiao Chen's gaze sank. The 9 huge dragon-like waves surged over. Each of them contained at least 10,000 tons of force. When they merged, they could even crush a tall mountain. Most importantly, every one of the 1,000 zhang tall waves contained a peerless sharpness. That was When Xiren's great perfection saber soul, which perfectly merged with the will of water. When Xiren drove his peak strength with just a gentle palm strike. Even without a saber, When Xiren could not be underestimated. Many of the spectating cultivators were bladesmen. When they saw When Xiren's palm strike, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. If they faced this palm strike, they would most likely be crushed into meat paste on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. When Xiren threw a palm strike and muttered to himself, Xiaochen, this is just the beginning. Don't disappoint me. The waves formed the momentum of the 9 dragons. The instant they were about to merge, Xiao Chen made his move. A saber light lit up on Xiao Chen's body. His body became like a saber, his shoulders like a saber, and his hair like sabers. As his figure moved, he sent out 9 saber strikes. His shoulders, hair, palms, and other parts of his body clashed with the 9 waves. 9 explosions rang out. Outside 9 Dragons Lake, the 9 peaks trembled and gave off dragon roars, echoing for 50 kilometers around. As the sound waves spread out, the surrounding warships and spirit beasts seemed to be moved by a huge hand, flipping many of them over. Such a strange turn of events caused the remaining cultivators to feel fear in their hearts. They all rode on their warships and spirit beasts and retreated. Right after when Xiren broke the 9 waves, he used the many layers of water to charge over to Xiaoqin in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 Endless waves rose up on the 9 Dragons Lake. The two of them exchanged moves quickly, flying quickly over the vast lake. when Xiren used water as a saber. With a casual swing, the scattered lake water turned into boundless saber lights. With a thought, a wave containing strong force became the most ferocious saber technique. The sound of water surged endlessly. By relying on the terrain, Xiren's aura actually surpassed that of Xiao Chen's. Even though Xiren clearly did not have a saber in his hand, his aura flourished, each wave stronger than the one before. The river water incantation. I heard that the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian found this cultivation technique in an ancient remnant. Xiren truly lives up to his reputation as a genius. He probably practiced this ancient cultivation technique to great perfection, just one step short of consummation. I really did not expect that after losing the river water saber, Xiren could still hold the upper hand. Xiren's strength made everyone's eyes light up, causing many praises to ring out. Xiao Chen remained calm. Xiren's cultivation was one cultivation grade higher than his. His comprehension of the water saber, Dao, had already reached an extremely deep level. Xiren could turn water into a saber as he pleased, giving him a great advantage in this 9 Dragons Lake. If Xiao Chen did not use the lunar shadow saber, he would have a hard time dealing with such a person. Actually, the main problem was that Xiao Chen only used his saber techniques in this battle to show his respect. If he used the myriad heaven divine fist, immortal arts, magic skills, and a strong physical body, he would be able to defeat Xiren in 100 moves. If Xiao Chen wanted to defeat the bladeless Xiren, he would only need 100 moves. However, Xiren's saber was already broken in this battle. Victory was no longer Xiao Chen's goal. Dragons roared endlessly as the two in the lake fought an intense battle. Xiao Chen brought out his flawless saber Dao to its limits. His opponent's exquisite water saber Dao broadened his mind significantly. For example, the other party's killing move, Moon in Water, was a great eye-opener for Xiao Chen. After witnessing the moon in the water, Flawless Bright Moon experienced a qualitative improvement. Flawless Bright Moon, Flawless 4 Seasons, and Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, the 3 strongest moves of his saber techniques. Xiao Chen executed them one after another, relying on the vast 9 Dragons Lake. Although Xiren had a hard time receiving them, he managed to receive them one by one, preventing himself from collapsing on the spot. After 1,000 moves, both sides gained something. The victor was still undecided. However, both of them sat cross-legged on the lake, closing their eyes and thinking. On one side it was drizzling. On the other, lightning occasionally flashed in the sky. Such a scene confused the other cultivators. This was clearly a duel. Why were both sides in such a rush to decide a victor? After a long time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes became withdrawn. In this battle, Xiao Chen did not hold back at all in terms of saber techniques. He could be said to have met his match, fighting to his heart's content. This was like a great test, allowing Xiao Chen to gain a comprehensive understanding of his saber techniques. At this moment, as long as Xiao Chen willed it, he could easily cross the line between superior grade martial sage and grandmaster level martial sage, becoming a grandmaster level martial sage. After that, when Xiren opened his eyes and said calmly, "I lost this duel. Let's fight again at 9 Dragons Lake 3 years from now. The victor is not decided yet. Let's just treat it as a draw." When Xiren smiled faintly and said, "To me, victory or defeat is nothing. You still have tricks up your sleeves. How can I not tell? I believe that you will give everyone a shock at the king conferral ceremony 2 months from now." Xiao Chen was very relaxed as he chatted with Xiren. The two just sat on the lake and chatted, discussing their views on each other's saber techniques. As they chatted and laughed, the two performed cupped fist salutes and said their goodbyes. "Should we enter Heavenly Saber City and rest for a while? There are many spectators with ulterior motives," Xiren suggested as he looked into the distance. If the land of the three holy masters really reached an agreement with the three sovereign noble clans of the human race, then this duel between Shao Qin and Wenziren would be an excellent opportunity for the other party to make a move. How could Shao Qin not guess this? He had expected it long ago, so he did not fear these people. After entering Heavenly Saber City, Shao Qin would have to come out sooner or later, so he rejected Wenziren's invitation. This duel ended with Wenziren taking the initiative to admit defeat. The spectators slowly scattered. This duel could not be considered startling. Aside from the initial exchange of sabers, which was very exciting and soul-stirring, the subsequent duel between the two was grand and shocking. However, neither side showed any intention of competing with the other. Rather than calling it a duel, it was more like an exchange of pointers between bladesmen. Both sides were evenly matched, testing each other's moves. There was no desire to win. All the bladesmen present were incredibly excited. As Shao Qin and Wenziren exchanged moves, they merged the saber techniques and saber Tao that they had learned and comprehended. Each of them combined the saber arts and saber Tao that they had learned and comprehended. More or less, they all gained something from it. Shao Qin gently floated up and arrived on the Ying clan's warship. On the bow, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jiu were grinning from ear to ear. When they saw Shao Qin board, they quickly went forward to greet him. "Can you lend this fat lord your Dragon's Gate's warship for a while?" Kim Tae-ho asked in anticipation as he rubbed his hands together. Lord Jiu, who was at the side, said, "Fatso won quite a lot from the opening of the bets. He is planning to reopen a merchant association without a warship or status." Shao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Take it. I'll take some time to send a letter to Shui Lingling and get the Haotian sect to take care of your business. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come and look for me directly." Ing Cheong walked over slowly and said softly, "Hee. Big sister will invest the money you borrowed from me. Can I make it a big share?" When Kim Tae-ho heard this, he rejoiced and nodded continuously. With the support of the Haotian sect and the Ying clan, given Shao Qin's means, it would be hard for this merchant association not to become big. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. In less than 3 years, this fat lord will definitely achieve some results." After chatting for a while, Fatso stood up and took his leave. Lord Jiu quickly followed. After asking, Shao Qin found out that Fatso had hired Lord Jiu to be his bodyguard. Chapter 987. When Shao Qin heard this, his expression could not help but turn somewhat strange. He could not help but laugh to himself. Kim Tae-ho was really good at picking people to be his bodyguard. Lord Jiu might not be good at anything else, but when it came to escaping, even Shao Qin had to admit that he was not as good as Lord Jiu. Ing Cheong waved his hand and dismissed everyone on the warship. Then he asked seriously, "Shao Qin, do you really not want me to send someone to escort you to the Tianwu Domain's central province?" The journey to the central province's Bushin Palace was very long. There were too many accidents and possibilities. Ing Cheong could not help but worry. Shao Qin shook his head and said, "There's no need. This should be the final test the Haotian Emperor gave me. If he really wants to send me, he can tear space and send me there in an instant. I still have to walk this path myself." Seeing Shao Qin's insistence, Ing Cheong sighed to himself. He knew that the other party would not change his mind. He said softly, "Since that is the case, I will not try to dissuade you. Remember, you must succeed in the king conferral ceremony. Many of the old people in the clan are watching you. If you fail, too much time has passed. Some promises might not be able to withstand the test of time." Shao Qin's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely guessed what the other party meant. The Sky Dome Realms Ying clan must have been sent by the Kunlun Realms Ying clan to protect the Shao clan's descendant. From the looks of it, the Ying clan might be a contingency plan left behind by the Qing Emperor before he fell 10,000 years ago. However, whether Shao Qin could help him or not would depend on his performance. I will. From the moment I revealed my identity, the title of Blue Dragon King was destined to be mine. The Bushin Palace did not belong to one or a few people. It represented the alliance of the entire human race, ruling over the vast Tianwu domain. There were also the countless stars in the starry heavens. Such a rule had lasted since the ancient era until now. This rule was deeply ingrained in every human cultivator. The Bushin Palace was the most legitimate ruler of the human race. The title granted by Bushin Palace was very important. This was not just an empty reputation. It also represented a kind of luck, one that was recognized by all the human cultivators. The title of Blue Dragon King was not won by the Qing Emperor. Instead, it was left behind by the founder of the Dragon Gate, a sacred land that had disappeared. The Dragon Gate's existence could also be traced back to the ancient era, which was even older than the Qing Emperor. However, the Dragon Gate developed to a peak in the hands of the Qing Emperor. As a result, when people mentioned the Dragon Gate, they would refer to it as the Qing Emperor's Dragon Gate. Every generation's Dragon Gate master was the current generation's Blue Dragon King. This title was extremely important to Shaoqin. Without this title, when they rebuilt the Dragon's Gate in the future, they would lose their status. They would not be recognized by the hundreds of millions of human cultivators. Without luck, they would not be able to rebuild the Dragon's Gate. Shaoqin gently leaped off the warship and landed on the ground. Then he raised his head and looked into the distance. Then he started on this journey that he could only rely on himself to reach. As Shaoqin traveled on a small mountain path, he was not in a rush. Instead, he continued to digest his gains from the battle with Wenziren. Flawless bright moon. Did the night or the moon come first? Was it the flawless night that made the moon flawless? Or was it the flawless bright moon that made the night perfect and flawless? Without the setting of the night, there would not be the radiance of the bright moon. After thinking for 3 days, Shaoqin finally figured out the relationship between the two. Only the darkest night could bring out the most perfect moon. The peaceful days lasted for a month. Just as Shaoqin was about to step out of the profound domain, a group of purple-clad people stopped him. These people were not the people of the Yan, Jiang, or Lin noble clans. They were all cultivators of the Purple Knight Sword sect. There were not many of them, only about 20. Every one of them was at least a martial sage. With Shaoqin's current judgment, these people's cultivations could not be considered high. However, all of them gave off a sharp light. Without exception, these people were all swordsmen who comprehended sword intent. The person leading them was the great Grandmaster-level martial sage Ouyang Long. Back at Sword Forging Peak, Shaoqin had let Ouyang Long off. There was another person beside Ouyang Long. This person was even older and gave off the aura of someone past his prime. It was unknown if he was an old monster who had lived for several hundred years. This person was not in closed-door cultivation, but was thinking about how to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Long pulled him out. This lineup before Shaoqin was about half the strength of the Purple Knight Sword sect. Even as a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, Ouyang Long could not mobilize them. It looked like someone had convinced the Purple Knight Sword sect. Shaoqin remained silent. He only remembered the name Purple Knight Sword sect in his heart. Ouyang Long was in high spirits. He smiled and said, "Haha, Shaoqin, you have been very impressive in the profound domain these days. Unfortunately, you will not be able to return alive. Give this old man a longevity fruit, and this old man will not interfere with your journey to the central province," the white-haired old man beside Ouyang Long said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Shaoqin's gaze did not linger on this group of people for long. He looked down from the sky and smiled. "Even if I give you another 500 years of lifespan, it would be a waste. You will only have the life of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Feeding it to the dogs is better than wasting it on you." The white-haired old man raged. What a sharp-tongued brat! Today, this old man will use your corpse to feed the dogs. Lay the formation." Right after the white-haired old man spoke, 20 martial sages with sword intent drew their swords and leaped into the air. Sonic booms rang out. Strong sword intents quickly merged in the air. Once they landed, a huge purple knight sword formation would form. With this sword formation, coupled with the strength of Ouyang Long and the white-haired old man, anyone under the blue-robed emperor would find it hard to escape death. Clang! However, just as the sword intents merged, a saber light lit up on Xiao Chen's body. A great perfection saber soul, containing the will of thunder, surged out from Xiao Chen's body. A resonant saber hum resounded, and a saber intent as vast as the sea spread out from Xiao Chen's body. At the most suitable opportunity, Xiao Chen instantly shattered the sword intents of these 20 martial sages, not giving them a chance to build up their power to its peak. Xiao Chen's figure moved, and countless saber lights flashed out of his body. Miserable cries resounded. The 20 martial sages had just leaped up when they vomited blood and fell to the ground, severely injured. Xiao Chen thought to himself, how unfortunate. There are too many of them. If there were not more than 10, with their scattered sword intents, he could instantly kill them all. The thing that the flawless saber, Dao, feared the least was being surrounded. With one move, Xiao Chen injured 20 martial sages who comprehended sword intent. Ouyang Long and the white-haired old man were greatly startled. Their plans were completely ruined. Whoosh! The white-haired old man's figure flashed, and he decisively retreated, completely betraying Ouyang Long. That old bastard! Ouyang Long cursed in his heart. Then he turned around, preparing to flee. However, a white figure blocked Ouyang Long's path. "I wonder, where did you get the courage to try and kill me? A swordsman who has not comprehended a sword soul is already nothing in my eyes." Xiao Chun looked coldly at Ouyang Long without any expression on his face. Damn it! A ferocious look flashed in Ouyang Long's eyes. He drew his sword, and a sharp light turned into a sword light piercing toward Xiao Chen at lightning speed. Ouyang Long wanted to force Xiao Chen away and create a chance for himself to leave. This sword strike contained all of Ouyang Long's strength. The sword light was so resplendent that no one dared to look at it directly. The sharpness of the sword light could pierce through a tall mountain. However, without a soul, no matter how strong it was just for show. Xiao Chen did not move at all. The instant the sword light touched his body, he stretched out his hand and clamped down. The 2 fingers of his right hand firmly clamped down on the sword. Buzz! A strong force came from the sword. Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered wildly. Spider-like cracks spread out under his feet. In the next moment, countless boulders soared into the air behind Xiao Chen. They were densely packed and covered the sky. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. He only used 2 fingers to clamp down on this great Grandmaster-level martial sage's sword. Xiao Chen's body was like a saber, as steady as a mountain. His exceptional sharpness intimidated everyone. Ouyang Long's old face flushed red. A bona fide, great Grandmaster-level martial sage with more than 300 years of cultivation actually had his sword clamped down on by a junior's fingers. Ding! Just as Ouyang Long struggled with all his might, trying to pull his sword out, a sword light charged at Xiao Chen's back. It was the white-haired old man who had returned. He smiled sinisterly and said, "The older, the wiser. Brat die." The white-haired old man had grasped this opportunity very well. It happened to be when Xiao Chen clamped down on Ouyang Long's sword. If Xiao Chen gave up now, it would give Ouyang Long a chance to attack. This sword strike contained all of Ouyang Long's cultivation. At the very least, it could pierce through Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen did not give up, he would be stuck in a dilemma. He would not be able to dodge the white-haired old man's sword strike. Hence, Ouyang Long felt incredibly cocky, smiling coldly. He felt that even if Xiao Chen did not die, he would be severely injured. Clang! Clang! Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He was not surprised at the white-haired old man's sword strike. Xiao Chen exerted force with his 2 fingers, and the blue dragon energy in his body circulated quickly. Thunder roared in his body. Before Ouyang Long's incredulous expression, Xiao Chen twisted his fingers and the sword shattered. Ouyang Long vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Then Xiao Chen turned around and stretched out his hand, like a treasured saber. All the sharpness gathered at his fingertip. A melodious sound rang out. That was the melodious hum of a saber. The night sky instantly turned pitch black. One could not see their fingers when they stretched out their hands, covering the sky. The instant night completely descended. Xiao Chen's fingertip happened to touch the tip of the white-haired old man's sword. The white-haired old man's vision went dark. Before he could adapt to this new environment, he saw a flash of light. Kassier! Kassier! The sound of the sword breaking rang out again. When the light grew brighter, a crescent moon shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip. The light flashed and chopped the white-haired old man in half. Then it soared into the sky. The crescent moon spun gently and turned into a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Xiao Chen looked at the full moon in the sky and revealed a satisfied expression. He muttered to himself, "Not bad. This is the true flawless bright moon. First comes the night, then the moon. When the night is perfect and flawless, naturally, the moon will not be stained by dust." However, there were several other reasons why Xiao Chen could kill the other party, a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, in one move. Firstly, the other party had been careless. Secondly, this was probably the first time the other party faced such a miraculous saber technique. Most importantly, rather than calling the other party a swordsman, he was more like a scoundrel. All he had was his cultivation. He was far from being a powerful, great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Furthermore, he was on the verge of death and had lost his drive. When Xiao Chen killed him, he was like a withered piece of rotten wood. It was not worth it. He was too proud. Chapter 988. Such a scene startled Ouyang Long, who was underground. As he looked at the white-clad Xiao Chen under the moonlight, he exuded the air of a grandmaster. The air of a grandmaster. Since when did he advance to Grandmaster-level martial sage? That's not right. His cultivation is still far from that. He is not a Grandmaster-level martial sage yet. Ouyang Long did not dare to think further. Ignoring the other Purple Knight sword sect disciples, he turned around and fled. With a thought, the bright moon in the sky slowly disappeared. As Xiao Chen watched Ouyang Long flee, a murderous intent flashed on his face. He stood on 2 lightning dragons and moved as fast as lightning, appearing like a flickering light. The purple lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun continuously. The might of his will supported the lightning dragons under him. This made Xiao Chen look like he was standing on a bolt of lightning, becoming one with it. He was astonishingly fast. With a few accelerations, he caught up to the injured Ouyang Long. Bang! 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 Ouyang Long no longer had a sword in his hand. Furthermore, he was injured. How could he block Xiao Chen? In less than 10 moves, Xiao Chen knocked him to the ground, weakening him. Cough! Cough! Xiao Chen, don't be happy too early. This time, not only will you not be able to go to the king conferral ceremony, but you can also forget about surviving. Ouyang Long knew that he would die for sure. He roared in despair. You will definitely die on the way. Before Ouyang Long could finish speaking, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. A saber light flashed, and a bloody hole appeared on Ouyang Long's forehead. Xiao Chen removed Ouyang Long's spatial ring and weighed it before placing it in his universe ring. Ouyang Long's dying words echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. You're walking a dead end, a dead end. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. in the direction of the central province's Bushin Palace. Xiao Chen's footsteps did not hesitate at all. He did not shrink back at all as he walked forward without hesitation. He was like the heart of a blades man, not panicking, not hesitating, rather breaking than bending. In the sky, on a heavy warship, the members of the 3 sovereign clans gathered together. Inside the control room, Yan Shirsi and the scions of the Jiang and Lin clans sat together. An old man stood behind each of them. They were the first elders of the 3 clans. In front of them, there was a mirror that looked like a water curtain. The scene of 2 great Grandmaster-level martial sages dying at Xiao Chen's hands appeared on the screen. These people all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had never thought that Xiao Chen would actually grow to such an extent. The Lin clan scion had a gloomy gaze as he said, "We really can't let this fellow live. Otherwise, he will definitely become the second Qing emperor. At that time, if he were to take charge of Bushin Palace, there would definitely be no way for our family to survive." Yan Shirsi smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. He absolutely won't be able to escape this time. Perhaps we might not even need to make a move." Although this group of people had seen Xiao Chen's strength, they were still very confident that they could kill Xiao Chen. Clearly, they had made ample preparations and had the means to kill Xiao Chen. 7 days later, Xiao Chen arrived at a city. This was a large city at the borders of the Profound Domain and the Tianwu Domain. It was called Strange Fire City. Along the way, aside from practicing martial techniques, Xiao Chen did not neglect the most fundamental cultivation. Xiao Chen had 49 peak spirit veins and the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, which surpassed a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. His cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. If not for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer strengthening Xiao Chen's foundation, he would have successfully advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage long ago. He would not have had to wait until now. At this moment, Xiao Chen was only a hair's breadth away from Grandmaster-level martial sage. With just a little effort, he could advance to Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, Xiao Chen had even greater ambitions. Grandmaster-level martial sage was not what he wanted. Xiao Chen wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to break through to peak superior grade martial sage and directly advance to great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Only then would he be able to use his absolute strength to suppress the White Emperor cities, Xiaohoju, killing all the people who were planning to cause trouble and ruin. This was not impossible. Xiao Chen did not lack resources at all. Furthermore, he had 48 peak spirit veins. Even the inheritors of the Holy Lands could not compare to him. What he lacked was only inner comprehension and vision. Those older generation, great Grandmaster-level martial sages, all had more than 100 years of comprehension and vision. What Xiao Chen wanted to do was to use this test as an opportunity to walk the path that those people had taken 100 years to walk in one step. This was also why Xiao Chen rejected Ing Qiong's offer to send someone to escort him. He could only walk this path himself. Otherwise, even if he went to the central province and appeared at the king conferral ceremony, he would just be embarrassing himself. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen started to size up the city before him. It was too quiet, very uncoordinated. Xiao Chen scanned the streets with his spiritual sense. The streets were empty. He stepped into the city. There were stalls, restaurants, and shops on the wide streets. There was only some dust. This city had not been empty for long. Boom! When Xiao Chen arrived at the center of the city, a sharp, cold, killing qi suddenly surged out of the silent city and soared into the clouds. Many elite soldiers wearing black armor and holding crossbows leaped out of the buildings in the city. Killing qi radiated from them, and there were at least 50,000 of them. When looking carefully, everyone's position seemed to have some tricks up their sleeves, like they formed a strange formation. The many spears of killing qi all pointed at Xiao Chen. Even Xiao Chen felt unnatural. His muscles tensed up, and his law energy quickly pulsed. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, finding this somewhat incredulous. Earlier, when he scanned the city with his spiritual sense, he had not seen anyone. Dang, 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 dang. The sound of horses galloping resounded. A few large black horses galloped over from the distance, kicking up a trail of dust as they galloped over. The horses whipped their whips, and in a few breaths, a small group of 100 cavalrymen arrived before Shaoqin. The black armor of the 100 cavalrymen before Shaoqin was even thicker and more solid than that of the elite soldiers. Occasionally, light flashed between the gaps of the armor. It was clearly a complete set of superior grade sage, grade secret treasures. A complete set of superior grade sage, grade secret treasures was much stronger than an ordinary king grade secret treasure. A complete set of 100 cavalrymen was a large sum of money. Without 20 million black astral coins, it would be difficult to obtain them. In fact, even if one had the money, it would not be easy. The black horse that Shaoqin rode was not an ordinary spirit beast. Based on its characteristics, it was clearly a peak warhorse, the Qilin horse. Just the horse itself was as strong as a martial sage. When the cavalrymen were 1 kilometer away from Shaoqin, they stopped in an orderly fashion. They did not say a word, only looking coldly at Shaoqin. Shaoqin searched his mind for information on Strange Fire City. As a large city at the borders, Strange Fire City was under the jurisdiction of the Bushan Palace. It had the responsibility of protecting the Tianwu domain in the first place. These soldiers on the roofs were all elite soldiers who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. They were much stronger than some of the disciples of the 9 ranks of the great families. The city lord, Wang Feng, had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. These cavalrymen before Xiao Chen might be the other party's personal guards. White-robed Shaoqin, Strange Fire City Lord Wang Feng, I have long heard of your great name. As Shaoqin pondered, a black-clad man stood on the tallest tower in the city and spoke to Shaoqin. That tall tower was 10 kilometers away from Shaoqin. Shaoqin could only see a black figure with his eyes. He could not make out the other party's appearance. When Shaoqin sent his spiritual sense over, an aura affected him. Similarly, he could only see a vague silhouette. Wang Feng stood on that tall tower, not doing anything. Wind and clouds churned behind him. The wind and clouds inhaled and exhaled all sorts of scenes, giving one a feeling of vast mountains and rivers, a majestic grandeur. The blue-robed emperor. This was the blue-robed emperor. No matter where he was in the Kunlun realm, he would be known as the blue-robed emperor. With one more step, he would be able to ascend to the great Tao and enter the realm of Emperor Wu. The other party set up such a large formation, but did not rush to attack. Shaoqin did not know what they were planning. Shaoqin did not make any changes. He said sullenly, "The Haotian sex Shaoqin greets city, Lord Wang." 10 kilometers away, on the tall tower, Wang Feng smiled and said, "Even in such a situation, you can still remain so calm. White-robed Shaoqin, you are rather courageous. I, Wang, will not speak any nonsense. On behalf of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord, I invite you to stay in this small city for 1 month. After 1 month, the sky and the sea will be vast, and you will be free to roam." Wang Feng's words were rather beautiful. After 1 month, the king conferral ceremony would have ended long ago. Shaoqin asked calmly, "What if I say no?" Wang Feng had guessed Shaoqin's answer long ago. He smiled faintly and said, "Then my 50,000 soldiers guarding the border will make sure you die without a corpse." Wang Feng's tone was calm and casual. However, right after Wang Feng spoke, the originally bleak killing qi in the city turned even colder. 50,000 pairs of eyes stared at Shaoqin from the eaves. A cold killing, qi, seeped out of their pores. Most people would not be able to endure such a formation. Fear would spread to every part of the body. It would be bad if one could bring out half their combat prowess. Strange Fire City guarded the border. As long as Shao Qin entered the Tianwu domain from this direction, the other party would immediately discover him. Whether he entered the city or not, the result would be the same. Sorry for the offense. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Even if there were thousands of soldiers, he had to give it a try. He had to go to the king conferral ceremony. Whoosh! The moment Shao Chen pushed off the ground, before he left the ground, countless sonic booms rang out. Many black arrows flickered with light, giving off ear-piercing screeches as they flew toward Shao Chen. Without needing to look, Shao Chen could guess that these were not ordinary arrows. They could definitely injure a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The 50,000 elite soldiers guarding the border of Strange Fire City were definitely not just for show. The arrows were like rain, covering the sky and the ground, not leaving any blind spots. Piercing sonic booms filled the air. The killing qi that Shao Qin stored up earlier exploded at this moment. Heaven and earth trembled as it erupted. Bang! 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 A boundless saber intent shot out from every part of Shao Chen's body. The arrows shattered in the air, unable to get close to Shao Chen. Standing on a lightning dragon, Shao Chen moved as fast as lightning. His figure flickered endlessly in the air, sending saber winds everywhere. The black-armored soldiers on the eaves leaped around, appearing very agile. The arrows moved like beams of light, shooting out continuously. The black-armored soldiers closely followed Shao Chen. As long as he relaxed, 10,000 arrows would pierce his heart. The 100 black-armored soldiers below stared at Shao Chen's figure. They did not say anything, their faces expressionless. Even further away, Wang Feng, who was on the tall tower, smiled faintly as he stood upright with his hands behind his back. Chapter 989. He himself would not make a move on Shao Chen. The people of a higher circle would not do anything to him. Although Wang Feng could not come into contact with them, he had heard of them at his cultivation realm. If these 50,000 elite soldiers and 100 personal guards could not stop Shao Chen, the White Emperor City's Holy Lord would have nothing to say. Back then, these 50,000 elite soldiers had even wiped out a rank 9 demonic beast pack. If they still could not stop Shao Chen, it could only be said that he had overwhelming luck and was not fated to die. Shao Chen, who was in the air, was not in a good situation. The 50,000 elite soldiers caught hold of his every movement. This made it hard for him to move. It looked like he was flickering and moving without a trace. In reality, Shao Chen's position was fixed in a certain space. He could not charge out at all. If this continued, Shao Chen would exhaust himself to death here sooner or later. White-robed Shao Chen, this is just the beginning. Without the blue-robed Emperor's cultivation, you will not be able to break free of my 50,000 elite soldiers, Wang Feng said softly from the tall tower. Up in the tall tower, Wang Feng saw all of this. He said softly, "As long as you nod your head, I will stop immediately. I will guarantee your safety for 1 month. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The methods of the 3 holy masters are rather gentle. After all, we were once colleagues. Walking further down this road, those people are not as easy to talk to as I am." What Wang Feng said was true. At the very least, the 3 sovereign noble clans would not show any mercy. However, no matter how one listened to it, it sounded hypocritical. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. What was the point of putting on a false face? If not for the Haoqian Emperor standing behind Shao Chen, if not for fear of the backup plans that the Qing Emperor left behind, why would the 3 holy masters be so careful? This was originally Shao Chen's king conferral ceremony. However, they delayed it by half a year, only officially announcing it to the world when Shao Hoju accumulated 1 million military merits. Shao Chen had accumulated 1 million military merits for the Bushan Palace. On Dragonwood Star, he had taken down 3 resource stars without expending a single soldier. After fighting the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors and risking his life to destroy the corpse refining pool, this was the result. They played tricks behind his back, causing him to be hunted down in the primal chaos domain, delaying his king conferral ceremony, and supporting Xiao Hoju to suppress him. Now, they were even more outrageous. Not only did they send the 3 sovereign noble families to attack him, but they also sent 3 sovereign noble families to attack him. Not only did they get the 3 sovereign noble clans to attack him, but they also publicly sent people to block him. Even so, Xiaochen accepted it. He would just treat this as a test on his path to being conferred king. But he couldn't stand these people. Their actions were clearly like a slap to his face. Xiaochen still said seriously that the slap was for his own good. If I did not do it, Xiaochen would not do it. I gave you face by slapping you. But not only did you not appreciate my kindness, you were also stubborn. You deserved to be slapped. That's treacherous. Qin continued, Xiaochen with the chun with the chun with Qin, chun, 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 Qin with Qin. Chen with Chen with Qin. Don't be ungrateful when I give you face. This Wang's patience is limited. Xiao Chen's lips curled up. His figure paused in the air and he smiled. City Lord Wang, I really do not need you to give me face. You can give it to whoever you want. If you think that you can block me, trap me, or kill me like this, then I can only tell you that you are gravely mistaken. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he silently circulated his flawless saber dao. A cool breeze blew, and Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered. Immediately, melodious tinkling rang out, sounding like the most wondrous treasure saber in the world, trembling gently. The originally formless saber chi in the air turned into saber lights. Not only did they shatter the arrows, but they also broke every bowstring. The sound of the bowstring snapping and the beautiful hum of the saber merged together, forming an exquisite melody. 50,000 elite soldiers. Only the blue-robed emperor can cross. In that case, I will show you how to cross it today. My body is like a saber. Even my clothes and hair can become sharp. On the eaves, the bowstrings of the bows in the hands of the 50,000 elite soldiers were all broken. The arrows that were entangling people finally stopped shooting. Up in the tall tower, Wang Feng's face sank. He said coldly, Personal guards, stop him! Thump, thump, thump. 100 personal guards of the city, Lord's residence, wearing secret treasure battle armor, soared into the air on Qilin horses. Black flames burned under the hooves of the horses. As the horses galloped in the air, these Qilin horses all looked incredibly ferocious. The blood of the ancient divine beast, the Qilin, flowed in their veins. As they neighed, they gave off an indistinct holy might. These 100 personal guards were only peak superior grade martial sages, not grandmaster level martial sages. However, they guarded the borders, often walking the edge of massacres, experiencing thousands of battles. Together with their full sets of secret treasure battle armor, their combat prowess surpassed that of a regular grandmaster level martial sage. With 100 people working together, they could even contend against great grandmaster level martial sages. A group of people whizzed over, like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Their vigorous auras combined together, giving off a great sense of oppression. Clang! The 100 personal guards drew their weapons at the same time. Every one of them executed a different martial technique. However, they worked in tandem with each other, showing no signs of being scattered. Of all the people that Xiaochen had seen, only the 13 keepers by Di Wux's side could surpass such tacit cooperation. When dealing with such a combination martial technique, one either had to find the other party's weakness or clash head-on. Aside from this, there were no other methods. Xiao Chen gave them a quick glance and rejected the first method. These 100 people had probably worked together for more than 100 years. The combination martial technique before Shao Qin seemed to work as one, interlocking with each other. There were no openings to speak of. Since that was the case, Shao Chun would use force to break through. His physical body had already reached rank 4 sage body. Furthermore, with the divine materials that he had consumed, his resilience and recovery abilities had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Of course, this was just an ordinary blue-robed emperor. The Kunlun realm was vast and boundless. There was no lack of blue-robed emperors who had not reached the level of Emperor Wu, but their physical bodies had already reached the level of Emperor Wu's golden body. Emperor Wu's golden body was hard to injure by ordinary weapons, impervious to fire and water. At higher levels, he could even regrow broken limbs and regrow flesh. That was a horrifying level. Right now, Shao Chun was still far from it. A huge shadow soared up from behind Shao Qin. The owner of the shadow could not be seen clearly. However, the silhouette was that of a divine bird with folded wings. Even before it spread its wings, it was already so huge, like a tall mountain. Its shadow covered the 100 personal guards. Kuin Peng Fist, great rock spreading its wings, hating the sky for being too low. Bang! The instant the 100 personal guards clashed, Shao Qin punched. The instant the Kuin Peng spread its wings and soared, Shao Chen's aura immediately overwhelmed the 100 people in front of him. The might of this punch completely brought out the 5 dragon force in his body. Shao Qin formed the stance of the Kuin Peng spreading its wings. When the fist wind swept out, it knocked back the 100 personal guards. Although the other party retreated, his aura did not fall into disorder. He pulled on the reins, and the horses neighed as their auras gathered again. On the other hand, after exhausting the Kuin Peng fist, Shao Chen's aura weakened slightly. He suppressed them. Interesting. The Qilin horse is indeed a peak war horse. What Shao Chun praised was the horse and not the person. If not for the Qilin horse, even if his punch could not severely injure the 100 people, it would be enough to scatter them. However, if this was all it took to trap him and stop him, then it would be too naive of him. Today, Shao Chun had to pass through strange Fire City. His face did not need this group of hypocritical people to give him charity. Shao Chen would definitely appear at the king conferral ceremony. An electric light flashed, and Shao Qin charged over first. There were no repercussions from clashing head-on. Wang Feng, who was in the tall tower, frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Bang! 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 Before Wang Feng could detect anything, Shao Qin threw 100 punches and 5 dragon-shaped clumps of energy. 5 dragon-shaped energies surged up and down behind Wang Feng, stirring up the wind and clouds. The dragons roared endlessly, their might lingering. Holding nothing back, Shao Qin faced 100 punches in a row. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. On the other hand, the 100 personal guards were in an even worse state. Cracks had already appeared on the skin under their armor. Blood leaked out and dyed their armor red. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. The initial sharpness no longer existed. The strand of aura that connected them also became weak. Wang Feng's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Personal guards, quickly retreat!" Smiling coldly, how could Shao Chen allow these 100 people to retreat? A divine light descended from the sky. Under Shao Chen's control, myriad heaven divine fist deities descending tripled his combat prowess. He punched with 15 dragon force. Dragon might covered Shao Chen's head, and his long hair fluttered. He wanted to finish off this group of personal guards with this punch. Blood splattered. When this punch flew out, a strong wind blew and space trembled. There was a rustling sound, and the heavily injured personal guards in their armor turned into a mist of blood. Their bones turned to dust, not even leaving a corpse behind. The Qilin horses that Xiao Chen rode, held in agony as they fell to the ground. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and waved, collecting the 100 sets of battle armor in the air into his universe ring. Good. Xiao Chen, you have truly angered me. Today, this strange fire city will be your burial ground. Wang Feng's expression sank. These 100 personal guards had helped him through many calamities when he became the blue-robed emperor, so they had a deep bond with them. In the past few years, these 100 personal guards had also contributed greatly to guarding the borders. They were like Wang Feng's left and right arms. Now, Xiao Chen actually killed them all. Furthermore, it was in such a miserable manner, beating them until not even their corpses remained. Wang Feng hated that he could not personally make a move and kill Xiao Chen. However, he endured in the end. Form the 1,000-dragon arrow formation and trap him to death. The 50,000 elite soldiers, whose bowstrings had been broken earlier, had already changed their bows and nocked arrows. Beams of scarlet light soared into the sky from where the black-armored soldiers stood. As the arrows shot out, a vast formation suddenly formed in Strange Fire City. The arrows formed arrow dragons in the scarlet light that filled the sky, moving around in the air. The number of arrows increased. In the blink of an eye, the number of arrow dragons in the air reached 1,000. Scarlet clouds covered the sky, and the air froze. An arrow dragon flew at Xiao Chen. The long dragon, formed by the arrows, showed a ferocious expression. It bared its fangs and claws, looking like a living creature. A scarlet light flowed on the dragon's body. Xiao Chen tilted his body, and a bright saber light soared up from his body. Then he ferociously smashed down like a saber chopping down. Bang! The arrow dragon shattered in an instant. However, the arrows did not shatter like before. With the support of the scarlet light, they became unbreakable. Chapter 990. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt the blood in his body surge, and his internal organs trembled intensely. The energy contained in the arrow dragons was even greater than that of a Grandmaster-level martial sage when he burst out with his full power. The arrow dragons in the 1,000-dragon formation seemed to come in an endless stream, either crashing into Xiao Chen directly, tearing with their sharp claws, or sweeping with their tails. They covered the sky, leaving no space to dodge. In a few breaths, Xiao Chen scattered more than 100 arrow dragons. However, he did not have it easy either. If not for the fact that he had a Tier 4 physique, just the recoil alone would have shattered his bones. Up in the tall tower, Wang Feng showed a sullen expression. This 1,000-dragon arrow formation had not been activated for many years already, so it exhausted a lot of energy. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Wang Feng would not use it. However, he needed to use it now. Otherwise, if he really let Xiao Chen escape, he would be utterly humiliated. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of demonic geniuses who fell along the way. Xiao Chen, you are regretting it now, right? However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. I tried to advise you nicely, but you stubbornly refused to listen. Even if you agree now, I will not stop. However, Xiao Chen remained incredibly calm in the 1,000-dragon arrow formation, not panicking at all. He materialized his flawless saber Dao and weaved through the arrow dragons, appearing perilous all around. At this moment of life and death, Xiao Chen's heart remained calm. He was completely immersed in the battle, ignoring Wang Feng's words. After a long time, Xiao Chen's figure paused in the air. It was like he did not see the arrow dragons flying at him at all. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips and muttered to himself. Indeed, only by comprehending between life and death can one further integrate the flawless saber Dao. It is time to break the 1,000-dragon arrow formation. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's grasp. Then he gently grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. Wang Feng showed a stern expression as he looked at Xiao Chen, who suddenly had a saber in his hand. He did not care. He smiled coldly and said, You are already a spent force. Let's see how you are going to turn things around. You can forget about leaving this city in my hands." Just as Wang Feng spoke, he slowly drew that simple and unadorned saber by 2 centimeters. The half-inch saber light was as dazzling as the sun. A scarlet light spread in the air, filled with killing qi. Under the illumination of the saber light, it was like snow melting. Strange Fire City returned to normal, and the world became clear. The light was too dazzling. The 50,000 elite soldiers on the roof were caught off guard, and they all closed their eyes out of reflex. Wang Feng narrowed his eyes and raised his eyebrows. He revealed a shocked expression, even more shocked than when Xiao Qin displayed 15 Dragon Force, a top-notch subdivine weapon. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this guy have? This is an existence that can enter the divine weapon ranking in the future. Previously, when Xiao Chen displayed 15 Dragon Force and a rank 4 Sage body, Wang Feng had not been too surprised. As far as he was concerned, they weren't much of a threat to him. However, with a subdivine weapon that could enter the divine weapon list, everything would be different. All the divine weapons in the world were only as strong as Emperor-grade secret treasures. In Xiao Chen's eyes, they were not startling treasures. However, the 10 divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking were very different. There were only 10 of them in the entire world, and they could rival Primordial Emperor treasures. Primordial Emperor treasures with a peak Emperor grade secret treasures. There were only 3 of them in the entire Tianwu domain, and they were all in the hands of the 3 Holy Masters. If this saber really managed to enter the divine weapon ranking in the future, the 3 Holy Masters would not be able to do anything to this person. At that time, when Xiao Qin became a martial emperor and sought trouble for him, even the White Emperor City's Holy Lord would not be able to protect him. With this thought, Wang Feng could not help feeling regret. He should not have agreed to the White Emperor City's Holy Lord's request. However, as Xiao Qin said, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now that he knew regret, it was too late. Bang! The lunar shadow saber was drawn, and many illusory figures shot out from Xiao Qin, materializing thousands of different saber trajectories, looking very dazzling. This was the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber, which Xiao Qin had not used for a long time. Earlier, he relied on his flawless saber Dao to contend with 1,000 dragons. Although Xiao Chen was surrounded by danger, he managed to find the weak point of this 1,000 dragon arrow formation. All he had to do was force back the scarlet light, filling the sky, and separate the arrow dragons from the formation in the city. Then he would find the weak point of the arrow dragons and send out 1,000 saber strikes in one breath of time, destroying all these arrow dragons and breaking the formation. This sounded simple, but it was incredibly difficult to actually do it. First, he had to force back the scarlet light and separate the arrow dragons from the formation. Without a peak subdivine weapon like the lunar shadow saber, any great Grandmaster level martial sage would not be able to do this easily. Even if one managed to do this, it would be pointless if they could not send out 1,000 saber strikes in one breath of time. Wang Feng was right when he said that only the blue-robed emperor could break the formation. Unfortunately, Wang Feng ran into Xiao Qin. This 1,000-dragon arrow formation could not trap him. Ka! Cracking sounds rang out at the same time. The 1,000 arrow dragon skeletons were all destroyed. By the time the scarlet light closed in again, it was already too late. The figures merged back together, and Xiao Qin sheathed his saber. Then he took a step forward, and his white robes fluttered. He only showed his back to the 50,000 elite soldiers in the city as he broke the formation. Wang Feng watched as Xiao Qin left, slowly vanishing from his sight. Wind and clouds surged behind him. Wan Feng's forehead opened, and an indistinct spot of golden light appeared. Overwhelming energy surged in his body. Ripples appeared in the space in front of Wan Feng, somewhat uncontrollable. All he had to do was take a step forward, and he could instantly catch up to Shao Qin. Within 10 moves, he could kill Shao Qin. However, Wan Feng did not take this step in the end. He scattered the heavenly laws in his body and closed the vertical eye on his forehead. The surging wind and clouds slowly calmed down. Wan Feng looked like he had aged 10 years in an instant. "City Lord, should we give chase?" the commander of the 50,000 elite soldiers asked as he flew forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Wang Feng did not reply. Instead, he looked up. A black warship stuck close to the barrier of the sky, flying as fast as lightning. Its speed was close to the limit of the Kunlun realm. Never mind. He already broke the 1,000-dragon arrow formation. There is no point in giving chase. Since those people are confident of killing him, we will just ignore them. After a long time, Wang Feng withdrew his gaze and said, "I will leave the position of Strange Fire City's city, Lord, to you. I will not be returning for the next 100 years." Wang Feng suddenly said something strange. Then his figure flashed, and he flew back to the starry heavens before that commander's confused gaze. Wang Feng suddenly said something strange. His figure flashed, and under the confused gaze of the commander, he flew back to the starry sky. Pussy Eye. After traveling 500 kilometers away from Strange Fire City, Shao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood, still feeling some lingering fear. In the end, when Shao Chun broke the 1,000-dragon arrow formation and left, he felt a sharp gaze on his back. Extremely dangerous. This made Shao Chun very nervous. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame stored up power in his eyes, ready to unleash the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram at any time. The blue dragon medallion that sealed the Qing Emperor's saber light for 10,000 years already appeared between Shao Chen's fingers. If Shao Chen guessed right, the owner of that gaze should be Wang Feng. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move in the end. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat problematic. The blue-robed emperor's cultivation is indeed terrifying. The purple and white lights in Shao Chen's eyes vanished. He put away the blue dragon medallion and sighed softly. The difference between the blue-robed emperor and great grandmaster-level martial sage was like heaven and earth, a vast chasm in cultivation. The heavenly sage laws in the other party's body had already been refined into the higher-level heavenly laws. Heavenly laws and heavenly sage laws were only one word apart, but they were completely different. The difference between the two was like quintessence and essence. There was no comparison at all. They were just short of an opportunity to condense a heavenly world in their sea of consciousness. Then they could push open the Emperor's door and ascend to the great Tao, embark on the Emperor's road, and become the person at the top of the pyramid. Shao Chun thought to himself, "Now that I run into the blue-robed Emperor, I have no chance of defeating him by relying on my own strength. The higher-level Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could more or less help him fight for a chance to escape. The saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind should be able to kill the blue-robed Emperor. However, that was his final trump card. Shao Qin could protect himself even if he ran into Emperor Wu. Using it on the blue-robed Emperor would be too much of a waste. I have to advance to great grandmaster-level martial sage first. There is no point in thinking too much now." Shao Qin thought to himself. Earlier, when he was in the 1,000-dragon arrow formation, he had been on the brink of death. This allowed him to gain several more comprehensions and improve his understanding of the flawless saber Tao. He was now 70% confident of advancing to great grandmaster-level martial sage the instant he advanced to grandmaster-level martial sage. With a flip of his hand, a sage-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries and a sage-grade essence nurturing pill appeared in his palm. Then he swallowed them at the same time. When he killed the medicine god Valley's Mr. Wei in the 9 layers of purgatory, he had obtained 2 bottles of sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries, enough for him to use for a long time. The injuries and exhaustion he suffered in the earlier battle healed quickly. In less than an hour, he would be able to return to his peak state. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned. A black warship appeared, and 6 people jumped off, blocking his path. 3 of these people were not unfamiliar to him. They were the scions of the Yan clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan. The people of the sovereign noble clans finally appeared. His first senior sisters' words were unfortunately spot on. The strength of these 3 had improved significantly. However, they still could not catch Xiao Chen's attention. Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on the 3 old men with extremely high cultivations that he could not make out. However, it was unrealistic for just 3 peak, great, grandmaster level martial sages to block him. Based on the other party's confident expression, the situation did not seem right. Xiao Chen raised his guard. "Make your move, elders. There is no need to waste words with him. However, please leave the final chance to kill him to the 3 of us." Yan Shirsi remained expressionless as he looked at Xiao Chen like a dead man. Then he moved to the side with the scions of the Jiang clan and Lin clan. The 3 of them had suffered greatly at Xiao Chen's hands before. This left a shadow in their hearts. If they could not get rid of this shadow, it would become a mental barrier in their hearts, forever preventing them from reaching the great Tao. Only by killing Xiao Chen personally could they get rid of this shadow. The 3 old men did not say anything. They casually waved their hands, and a secret treasure appeared in each of their hands. Boom! A boundless aura surged out and knocked Xiao Chen back. The tortoise spirit shield, the profound Yin umbrella, and the 10,000 beast cauldron. The emperor-grade secret treasures of the 3 sovereign noble clans. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression as he infused the immortal will of thunder into his body. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble before he managed to stabilize himself. 3 bona fide emperor-grade secret treasures were all here. No wonder these 3 were so confident. Emperor-grade secret treasures possessed horrifying might. Furthermore, 3 of them came at the same time. Chapter 991. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. The Yan clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan really put in a lot of effort to kill him. The situation before Xiao Chen was extremely dangerous, even more horrifying than the obstruction in Thousand Dragon City. However, the only consolation was that only Emperor Wu could bring out the full might of the Emperor-grade secret treasures. As a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, one could only bring out 1/10 of the Emperor-grade secret treasure's strength at best. The burden on one's body was similarly great. Every time one used it, they would have to pay a huge price. But even so, it was extremely difficult to obtain a chance of survival. Xiao Chen quickly analyzed the situation. Based on the information he obtained, he had a vague plan to deal with this situation. 1/10 of the Emperor-grade secret treasure strength was equal to a strike from the blue-robed Emperor. Using 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures in succession was equivalent to receiving 3 moves from a quasi-emperor before he could hope for a chance of survival. Xiao Chen, back then, you snatched our secret treasures and even dared to boast shamelessly. Today, we will bury you here and make you pay the true price. The first elders of the 3 clans each stood on one side. The 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures sealed off this space, restraining Xiao Chen's freedom wings. With the Emperor-grade secret treasures locked onto him, it would be very difficult to leave. Yan Shirsi smiled coldly, wanting to see the despair on Xiao Chen's face after being forced into a dead end. Unfortunately, Yan Shirsi was disappointed. Aside from the initial shock of getting knocked back, Xiao Chen did not show any panic or despair on his face. Brother Yan, just ignore him. Later, he will beg for mercy. I don't believe that he can survive after spending so much effort in the 1,000 Dragon Arrow formation, the Lin clan scion said with a smile. When the Lin clan scion saw the situation, he smiled. The rightmost Jiang clan scion said coldly, as long as the 3 first elders find an opening, they will attack at lightning speed. Within 3 moves, he will become a cripple. At that time, we can torture him however we want. Inside the primal chaos domain, the 3 first elders held the emperor-grade secret treasures in their hands. He had wanted to kill Shao Qin, but in the end, not only had he been beaten into a sorry state, he had even lost his secret treasure. This was a great humiliation. Now that he had forced Shao Qin into a situation of certain death, he could not help but feel proud. The purple talisman containing a great perfection saber soul hovered above Shao Qin's head. He did his best to resist the might and pressure from the emperor-grade secret treasure, not letting himself reveal any openings. The 3 old men showed astonished expressions. The profound Yin umbrella, the tortoise spirit shield, and the 10,000 beast cauldron were 3 emperor-grade secret treasures. Although the 3 of them could bring out only a tenth of their might, when they worked together, their might and pressure could kill some grandmaster-level martial sages. But now, after such a long time under the heavy pressure, Shao Qin was actually still able to maintain his original state of mind, not revealing any flaws at all. Faintly, one could even see a sharpness and an intense, competitive spirit. Don't hold back. We have to cripple this brat with a single blow. Otherwise, there will be trouble this time. The Yen clan old man snorted coldly, and the heavenly sage laws in his body poured into the profound Yin umbrella above his head. The profound Yin umbrella immediately unfurled, and the scarlet profound Yin flame started burning even more intensely. Strands of cold qi flowed toward Shao Qin from all directions. As long as a strand of it entered, it would immediately turn into a cold poison, inflicting severe damage on Shao Qin. The first elders of the Jiang clan and Lin clan quickly followed behind. The shield formed by the simple and unadorned tortoise shell flickered with dense talisman scripts. When the might and pressure arrived, space became like water, squeezing into all sorts of shapes. The Lin clan's 10,000 beast cauldron gave off an even more oppressive might. The ferocious roars of various ancient mutated beasts came from the cauldron. The roars rose and fell like endless waves, rumbling deafeningly. With the pressure from the 3, Shao Qin clearly could not contend with them with just the immortal will of thunder and the great perfection saber soul. Shao Qin's long hair and white robes fluttered about. Sweat dripped off his forehead. Cracks appeared on his skin, and blood flowed out. The ground under Shao Qin's feet instantly cracked. The ground moved, and the sky spun. It was like the universe was overturning. Seeing Shao Qin gradually unable to hold out, his aura weakening, and many small openings appearing, the 3 old men revealed expressions of joy on their strained faces. Soon, in just a while, Shao Qin's aura would completely crumble. At that time, they would not need to use too much of the Emperor-grade secret treasure's energy to cripple Shao Qin. After all, they would have to pay a significant price to bring out even a tenth of the Emperor-grade secret treasure's energy. If they could reduce the price, they would definitely do their best. The expressions on the faces of Yan Shirsi and the air of the Jiang and Lin clans slowly turned interesting. All they needed was a lightning-quick strike, and the name Shao Qin would disappear from the world. Suddenly, Shao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood, and his aura crumbled. The purple lightning talisman above his head turned into motes of electric light, flying everywhere. Attack! The Yen clan first elder's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and grasped the handle of the umbrella. His figure flashed, and the profound Yin umbrella flew toward Shao Qin. A sinister wind blew, giving off an overwhelming chill. Before the profound Yin umbrella arrived, a layer of frost already covered Shao Qin's body. His black hair turned snow white, and his lips turned bloodless. When the Jiang clan and Lin clan first elders saw the situation, they hesitated and stopped attacking. Based on Shao Qin's situation, with his aura crumbling and the cold poison invading him, he could not retaliate at all. There was no need for them to attack. In that case, there was no need to use the Emperor-grade secret treasures and damage their physical bodies for nothing. However, the two did not notice a trace of mockery flash on Xiao Chen's bloodless face. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. I made the right bet. I knew that this group of people would not be fearless. Bang! With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared. When the profound Yin umbrella was less than 10 meters away, he drew it at lightning speed. In that instant, a dazzling light froze Xiao Chen's figure. The frost on his body instantly melted, and the scattered electricity gathered back together. The immortal will of thunder that contained the great perfection saber soul turned into a purple lightning talisman and reappeared above Xiao Chen's head. The instant Xiao Chen drew his saber, his aura that had already crumbled gathered back together, becoming even stronger. A sharp light surged out, clashing with the Emperor-grade secret treasure. By relying on the might of lunar shadow, Xiao Chen suppressed the Emperor-grade secret treasure that the other party could only bring out a portion of its power. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the scene seemed to freeze. There was a crisp sound, and the Yen clan First Elder's profound Yin umbrella was knocked out of his hand by Xiao Chen's saber strike. Another saber light lit up. It was Xiao Chen's left foot kicking out at nearly the same time, landing heavily on the Yen clan First Elder's chest. Blood spurted out as Xiao Chen kicked the Yen clan First Elder back, shattering his ribs. 5 dragon force, 25,000 tons of force, was not easy to endure when kicked out with the flawless saber Dao. This sudden change happened in an instant. Xiao Chen, who was clearly on the verge of dying, actually exploded out and injured someone, knocking the Yen clan First Elder back. We were fooled by this brat. He scattered his aura on his own. The Jiang clan and Lin clan elders were startled. They had not expected Xiao Chen to do that. By scattering his aura, it meant that he had to endure the might of 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures. The internal injuries he would suffer would be no joke. Even if he could suppress it temporarily when it erupted, it would be a lot to bear. Furthermore, if the two of them had attacked together, his old and new injuries would erupt together. Even a deity would not be able to save him. When the two of them looked at Xiao Chen, they trembled in fear. This kind of person was too ruthless. He was ruthless to his enemies, and even more ruthless to himself. Whoosh! Now that an opening appeared, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he charged out. When he arrived before the 3 scions, his lips curled up in a cruel smile. These 3 showed horrified expressions. Just a moment ago, they were still thinking about how to torture Xiao Chen before killing him. In the next moment, Xiao Chen kicked the Yen clan First Elder away and charged over to them. You 3 pieces of trash want to kill me? Today, I will cripple you first. A cold light flashed on Xiao Chen's saber. He executed his strongest killing move, the subduing dragon profound slash, expressionlessly. Out of sight, out of mind. Since Xiao Chen found an opportunity, he would not give the 3 a chance to flee. Stop! The Jiang clan and Lin clan's First Elders shouted in fright. How could they dare to hold back? They used their 2 Emperor-grade secret treasures to charge over without holding anything back. They wanted to stop Xiao Chen from attacking with their Emperor-grade secret treasures. However, not only did they fail to kill Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen even killed their scions. If word of this spread, the various clan heads would be enraged. Right now, Xiao Chen was as strong as a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. If he used his full power, how could the 3 scions be a match for him? Furthermore, he used his strongest killing move, the subduing dragon profound slash. When Xiao Chen attacked, he did not intend to let the 3 live. 18 azure saber lights swept out and turned the 3 scions into a scarlet light. Xiao Chen personally killed the 3 scions in front of the First Elders of the 3 clans. No one had expected such an ending. The three scions would not be able to rest in peace, even in death. Before coming, they had looked at Xiao Chen like he was a dead man. They had casually treated Xiao Chen like a turtle in a jar, wanting to use him to vent their anger and get rid of the shadow in their hearts. For the sake of killing Xiao Chen, the three clans brought out their secret treasures. They were very bold and ruthless. However, Xiao Chen was even more ruthless than them. Relying on this ruthlessness, he broke out of this certain death situation with a flip of his hand. Bastard! After the scions died miserably, the first elders of the Jiang clan and Lin clan went berserk. The 10,000 beast cauldron and the tortoise spirit shield charged over at the same time. Tens of thousands of ancient tortoise shells lined up to form the tortoise spirit shield. The shock wave from it arrived first. Space was like water, rippling as it was compressed. These were spatial ripples. With just a gentle wave, they could shatter a mountain range for 50 kilometers around. The Jiang clan's first elder poured his heavenly sage laws into the tortoise spirit shield without caring about the expenditure. Blood leaked out of the corners of his eyes, and his face aged 10 years. The might of the tortoise spirit shield was startling. Such horrifying energy already rivaled the strike of the blue-robed emperor. However, it was only a tenth of the might of an emperor-grade secret treasure. This showed how horrifying the true explosive power of an emperor-grade secret treasure was. If it were in Emperor Wu's hands, he would probably only need one wave to crush Xiao Chen into a meat patty. Even a rank 4 sage body would not be enough. Fortunately, the tortoise spirit shield only had a tenth of its strength. It was just an attack from the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen still had some confidence in blocking it. Sheathing the saber, Xiao Chen stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground. Then he quickly formed hand seals and materialized the fifth move of the myriad heaven divine fist, eternal myth. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and a deity image appeared behind him, looking exactly like him. Chapter 992. Countless praises rang out. Xiao Chen's expression turned solemn and dignified as he continuously burned his magic energy, storing up divine might. When the spatial wave arrived before Xiao Chen, he finally succeeded in gathering divine might. The deity statue became 1,000 times larger, radiating a bright light and radiating divine might. Xiao Chen leaned over and smashed down with a palm strike. Bang! He blocked the layers of spatial waves. The waves stirred, and a spatial storm spread out in all directions. The deity statue behind him slowly cracked and returned to nothingness. Xiao Chen's body shook, feeling dizzy. The Jiang clan elder flew back, blood flowing out of his mouth, making him look even older. Roar! Right after the wave passed, the Lin clan first elder used the 10,000 beast cauldron. The 100 ancient mutated beast images that he summoned instantly arrived before Xiao Chen, drowning Xiao Chen within. A ruthless expression flashed on the Lin clan first elder's aged face. He raised the 10,000 beast cauldron, wanting to control the 100 ancient mutated beasts to tear Xiao Chen to pieces. These 100 ancient mutated beast phantoms weren't something that the Lin clan scion had summoned with his replica could compare to. They already possessed simple intelligence and were even more ferocious. Their bodies were already infinitely close to the physical bodies of the ancient mutated beasts. When 100 ancient mutated beasts appeared, they could even injure the blue-robed emperor. However, Xiao Chen happened to not be afraid of this. With a flip of his hand, the holy beast medallion appeared in his palm. A strand of azure light shot out and instantly intimidated the 100 ancient mutated beast images around him. Xiao Chen continued burning his magic energy, wanting to use the holy beast medallion to suck in these 100 beasts. However, Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stopped. An even stronger aura came from the 10,000 beast cauldron. It was like formless chains firmly binding these 100 beasts. The Holy Beast Medallion suction could not break the chains at all. While Shao Chun was distracted, the 100 ancient mutated beasts started to struggle. The Holy Beast Medallion wanted to break free from the deterrent force of the Holy Beast Medallion. Decisively withdrawing, the wind howled as Shao Chun took the opportunity to escape the encirclement of the 100 ancient beasts. The old man from the Lin family widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Shao Chun intimidate the mutated beasts before calmly jumping out of their encirclement. Damn it! He wanted to continue controlling the exotic beasts to attack, but summoning these 100 exotic beasts had already cost him quite a bit. If he wanted to continue controlling it, he would have to rest for a while. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to take it. Shao Chun paused in the air and glanced at the 3 who were heavily injured. This was a great opportunity. He could kill the 3 of them and even take the opportunity to snatch the 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures. In the blink of an eye, Shao Chun rejected this decision. His current body was also not optimistic. In the first place, he had not fully recovered from the battle at Strangefire City, so he decided to take a risk. The might of the 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures surged into Shao Chun's body at the same time, but he managed to suppress the injuries he suffered. The first elders of the 3 clans sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly recovering from the injuries from activating the Emperor-grade secret treasures. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. This time, they had made a huge joke of themselves, bringing 3 Emperor-grade secret treasures to kill Shao Chun. Not only did they fail to kill Shao Chun, but the scions of the 3 clans that accompanied them all died at Shao Chun's hands instead. The deaths of scions were not a big deal. The sovereign noble clans had many descendants and many outstanding talents. With the intense competition, there was never a lack of successors. Although it was rare for the scions of the sovereign noble clans to die at a young age when they went out on experiential training, it was not unheard of. The most important thing was the face of the sovereign noble clans. This time, the face of the entire world would be completely thrown away. In the distant horizon, Ing Zongtian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyan stood side by side. They peered through space and saw everything that happened. Lu Xiaoyan hugged a sword and smiled. This fellow is really ruthless. I wonder if those old fogies of the Yan clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan can sit still. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "It looks like my sovereign's tribulation has gained a few more problems. What's wrong? You don't look worried at all. Those old fogies of the 3 clans are not weak," Lu Xiaoyan said with a smile. "With me, Wu Xiaotian, around, is there a need to be afraid?" Space tore open, and the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian, walked out, wearing tight robes and holding a treasure saber. Buzz! The moment Wu Xiaoyan appeared, the sword in Lu Xiaoyan's embrace trembled uncontrollably. A surging sword intent waited to be unleashed. "The void sword's temper is still the same as before," Wu Xiaotian said softly with a smile. The void sword was forged by Situ Leihong. It was a divine weapon ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. Lu Xiaoyan suppressed the void sword's sword intent and smiled coldly. "Your time saber has not changed either. It is still the same as before, like a dead ghost." The time saber was also ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. For the sake of his sovereign's tribulation, Ing Zongtian actually managed to get the profound domain's saber sword 2 sovereigns to come. No wonder he was confident that he would succeed in his tribulation. "Let's go. If you want to fight, wait until I undergo my tribulation. There will be a chance for you 2 to make a move then." Clearly, Ing Zongtian had already guessed this would happen. He smiled, not surprised at all. Although the 2 did not like each other, they knew what was more important. They both snorted coldly and ignored each other. In a desolate mountain range, Shao Chun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, regulating his breathing. By now, the battle with the 3 sovereign noble clans had already lasted for half a month. For the past half a month, the other party's pursuit had not stopped. Xiao Chen fought as he moved, getting closer and closer to the central province. During this time, several people from other factions joined in as well. During this life-or-death chase and all sorts of enemies, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the martial Dao deepened. After shaking off a group of pursuers, there were less than 10 days left until the king conferral ceremony. Finally, Xiao Chen made his decision. He would break through the bottleneck of peak superior grade martial sage and advance to great grandmaster level martial sage in one step. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stretched out his hand. 10 peak spirit veins origins appeared. He intended to use this to break through the bottleneck. Then he would consume all 10 peak spirit veins in one go and advance to great grandmaster level martial sage in one go. What kind of concept was this? Xiao Chen cultivated for half a year before consuming 1 peak spirit vein to advance to peak superior grade martial sage. Such a horrifying speed was already shocking enough. Now, Xiao Chen wanted to consume 10 peak spirit veins in one go, all for the sake of advancing to great grandmaster level martial sage. There were 2 ways to be conferred king. One was to become a sovereign martial emperor and become a king, having their own title. If the king title that one wanted already had an owner, one would have to challenge the other party. Only by defeating them could one obtain it. For example, after the Thunder King became a sovereign martial emperor, he immediately challenged the Thunder and Lightning Palace's palace master, who held the title of Thunder King, for the sake of obtaining the title of Thunder King. However, the result was rather tragic. The Thunder King, who was of the same generation as the Qing Emperor, won in the end. As for the Thunder King, Sang Mu, he died mysteriously. The other way was the king conferral ceremony that the Bushan Palace was about to hold. The title of king was conferred by the Bushan Palace based on military merits. Below king were the marquis, nobility, and duke. Compared to the former, the latter were definitely less important. However, they were no less solemn and dignified. In fact, they might even surpass the former. Only with 1 million military merits could one be conferred king. Accumulating 1 million military merits was not an easy task. One could exchange military merits for all sorts of rare spirit pills, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques in the Bushan Palace. It would be very difficult for regular cultivators to not use them. Furthermore, it was not easy to obtain military merits. In the past 1,000 years, no more than 20 people had been conferred the title of king in the Bushan Palace. No more than 10 had been conferred the title of king before the age of 100. None had been conferred the title of king before the age of 50. Now, the White Emperor City's young city lord, Xiaoju, had already accumulated 1 million military merits at the age of 35. He inherited his ancestor's title and was conferred the title of White Tiger King. One could easily imagine what a grand event this was. The 3 vice palace masters of the Bushan Palace worked together to send out invitations to the world to hold a king conferral ceremony in the central province's Tianwu City. Who were the 3 vice palace masters? They were all sovereign martial emperors. Furthermore, they were the masters of the 3 holy masters' holy lands, the Vermilion Bird Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate. It had been many years since the 3 holy lords worked together to send out invitations. This time, the 3 holy masters sent out invitations together. This showed how important this matter was to them. Given the prestige of the 3 holy masters in the Tianwu domain, if there were no surprises, all the sect masters of the various sects or famous cultivators who received invitations would show up as promised. In fact, there would even be the phenomenon of selling invitations. Outside the Tianwu domain, the reputation of the 3 holy masters' holy lands would no longer be as useful. In the eyes of the cultivators of the other domains, the strongest of the human race would definitely be the Thunder King. The main reason why the cultivators of the other 4 domains took time out to participate in this king conferral ceremony was a very short and insignificant sentence at the bottom of the invitations. With one glance, 99% of the people would automatically ignore the sentence. Shao Qin, 1 million military merits, conferred king on the same day. There were only 10 days left until the king conferral ceremony. No matter how close the cultivators who received the invitations were, they would have to make a move now. Tianwu Domain, Haotian sect. When Shui Lingling saw the invitation, she revealed a playful smile. The invitation introduced Xiao Ho Ju's background in detail, as well as the various things he had done since he made his debut. There were hundreds of words in total. Xiao Chen's name was clearly written in gold. The picture on the back of the invitation was also exquisite. Xiao Ho Ju rode the holy beast white tiger, standing on a tall peak and looking into the distance. His cloak fluttered in the wind. At the bottom corner was the news of Xiao Chen's conferral of king. There were only 10 simple words, written in the same color as the invitation, written in a place that was easy to overlook. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice such a sentence. This was indeed the case. The strong publicity from Bushan Palace also made many ordinary cultivators of the Tianwu domain forget about Xiao Chen's conferral of king. They all forgot about Xiao Qin being conferred king. They only knew that Xia Hojua was conferred king. Shui Lingling closed the invitation and asked the first elder, Han Qinghe, "Uncle Han, how has junior brother Xiao Chen been?" Han Qinghe replied, "There has been bad news recently. After he barged into Strange Fire City, 3 sovereign noble clans using their emperor-grade secret treasures blocked him. Originally, he would have died. However, for some reason, he managed to force his way through and even killed the scions of the 3 sovereign noble clans. However, he is severely injured as well. In the past few days, he has been hiding from the pursuers, disappearing without a trace." Worry appeared on Shui Lingling's gentle face. She did not know how Xiao Qin managed to get so far. There were still 10 more days to the king conferral ceremony. If Xiao Chen died on the way, then all his efforts would have been for naught. Chapter 993. Xiao Qin only hoped that Xiao Qin could appear safely at the king conferral ceremony. At that time, even if he could not be conferred king, at least no one would dare to touch him openly. After hesitating for a while, Han Qinghe said hesitantly, "There is another piece of bad news. I'm not sure if I should say it or not." Shui Lingling's heart sank as she had a bad feeling. "Speak, then." "The deity race has made a move as well. 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages with temporary deity statues have already set off. They need to block Xiao Qin at the last moment. No matter what, they cannot allow him to appear at the king conferral ceremony. Casting a deity statue meant having a statue of oneself in the deity race's sacred hall. Then one could receive worship from the crowd and absorb the power of faith. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. In reality, most of them only had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. However, the strength that they could erupt with far surpassed that of a regular blue-robed emperor. They relied on the power of faith. If these 10 deity race, great Grandmaster-level martial sages found Xiao Qin, the consequences would be dire. Shui Lingling's expression changed slightly. "No, we cannot let junior brother Xiao Qin continue on alone. We have to help him." Han Qinghe sighed softly. "The sect master already said that we are not allowed to make a move. This path can only be walked by Xiao Qin himself." Shui Lingling's expression changed as she calmed down. She understood in her heart that this path was chosen by Xiao Qin himself. Back on the Haotian star, Xiao Qin had withdrawn his sharpness and was not famous. However, Xiao Qin had already seen the true dragon hidden in his eyes. After the battle on the proud son of heaven ranking, everyone in the world knew about Xiao Qin's identity as a descendant of the Qing Emperor. From that moment on, Xiao Qin had already made preparations to bear everything. Xiao Qin had to walk this path of king conferral alone. Eventually, he would appear at the king conferral ceremony and inherit the Blue Dragon King title that belonged to him. Let's go and participate in junior brother Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony. He will definitely appear in Tianwu City. The worried expression on Shui Lingling's face disappeared and was replaced by confidence and determination. At the king conferral ceremony, the white figure that had never disappointed her would definitely appear with pride. Kunlun Realm, Kwafu clan's residence, young master Kwafu. Ren Kongjue looked at the small words at the bottom right corner of the red invitation letter, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "I hope that you will show up. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this before." In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun had gone to ask for Lord Jiu's hand in marriage. In the end, Xiao Qin had used Lord Jiu to make fun of him. Xiao Qin had always remembered this great humiliation. He had been waiting for this king conferral ceremony to deal a fatal blow to the other party. In the Azura clan, which was also a powerful ancient clan, Lan Xiaobai, Yu, and the others were taking turns passing around an invitation. Yu's face was filled with doubt as she said, "Xiao Chen's name, Brother Xiaobai, how come I don't see it?" Lan Xiaobai smiled helplessly and pointed to the bottom corner, where the words were the same color as the invitation letter. "It's here." "Why is it so small? I can't see it clearly," Yu said gloomily as joy flashed on her face. The person beside her said to Lan Xiaobai, "Xiaobai, what are your plans?" Lan Xiaobai sighed. In the past year, he had traveled everywhere. In the end, he discovered that his reputation could not move anyone. It was practically impossible for him to organize a heroes' convention to compete with Diwuk. "I will make a move against him. If he can survive and successfully conferred king, I will be willing to stand on his side." At the same time, in the Ghost Domain, the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors had already set off for Tianwu City in the central province under the lead of the heaven-punishing corpse god's personal disciple. In the chaotic demonic sea, the merfolk race Queen Yao Yen received the invitation letter. A bright light flickered in her eyes as she looked at the unremarkable words at the bottom right corner. "It has begun. I have to send someone to deliver the congratulatory gift." After crossing the chaotic demonic sea, in the headquarters of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance, "First, young master, the king conferral ceremony that you told me to keep an eye on will be held in 10 days. Yi Qin said with some disappointment, "I'm afraid there is no time to go. However, it should not be a problem to get father to prepare a congratulatory gift." In the Fiend Domain, I pestered the Fox King with a smile on his face, urging the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun continent to personally go to the king conferral ceremony. Outside the Tianwu Domain, there were many other places. Many people who received invitations paid attention to the most unremarkable words on the invitation. The expressions on their faces were either anger, smiles, or so on and so forth. The 3 holy masters probably would not have expected what kind of storm this king conferral ceremony would stir up. The king conferral ceremony would be held in 10 days. In the central province's Tianwu City, some famous cultivators started to appear in the streets. The liveliness of the city increased by the day. In the tea houses and restaurants, all the topics were focused on the upcoming king conferral ceremony. However, the topic was not Xiaohoju. Instead, it was the name on the invitation that no one would notice if they did not take a second look. There were some things and some people that could not be hidden even if one wanted to. Perhaps an ordinary cultivator would not notice Xiao Chen's situation. However, a cultivator with a certain level of strength would not overlook this subtle change. The 3 holy masters intentionally suppressed Xiao Chen, not letting the world pay too much attention to him. However, the more they did this, the more curious people became. "Did you hear? Xiao Chen will not be able to attend the king conferral ceremony." In a certain bustling tea house in Tianwu City, someone brought up the hottest topic of the day. Immediately, someone replied with a smile, "I heard about it long ago." The rumors are everywhere. Since the moment Xiao Chen left the profound domain, he has been under constant attack. First, he destroyed the Purple Knight Sword Sect's attack. Then, he forcefully barged into Strange Fire City. After that, he was blocked by the 3 sovereign noble clans. Haha, the 3 sovereign noble clans really made a big joke this time. They even used their emperor-grade secret treasures. In the end, Xiao Chen killed the scions of their 3 clans and forced his way out. However, Xiao Chen's situation is not very good now either. The people of the 3 sovereign noble clans are looking for him. Some strong, loose cultivators who want to take advantage of him also ran over. It's not just not good. He is practically in danger. The latest news is that the great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race have already charged over. This is forcing Xiao Qin to his death. Right now, there is no news of Xiao Qin. We do not know if he is dead or alive, or how he is doing. I think he is in danger. Even if he barely survives, he will not be able to rush to the king conferral ceremony. At the end of the discussion, everyone felt that it was a pity. The name White-Robed Xiao Qin quickly spread throughout the Tianwu domain after that famous battle on the proud son of heaven ranking. After that, people started digging out information about Xiao Qin's experiences. The various things that happened after that made Xiao Qin even more famous. Everyone slowly accepted the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant. Originally, everyone thought that this king conferral ceremony would straighten out Xiao Qin's name. The title of Blue Dragon King would be rightfully given to Xiao Qin. Who could have imagined that there would be so many twists and turns? First, it was delayed by half a year. Then, the 3 holy masters played dirty tricks in secret. Now, the situation worsened, directly interfering with Xiao Chen on the surface. They were just short of shedding all pretense of cordiality and personally making a move on Xiao Chen. Anyone with a brain would be able to guess the reason behind it. 10,000 years ago, when the Dragon's Gate flourished and the Qing Emperor shone dazzlingly, the 3 holy masters were suppressed to the point where they could not raise their heads. The title of Holy Land existed in name only, completely ignored. Now, the 3 holy masters naturally did not want to experience that again. Amid such discussions, the king conferral ceremony approached day by day. However, all news about Xiao Qin stopped. It was like he had vanished completely. There was no news of the 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race, either. Whether they found Xiao Chen or not, what was the result of the great battle was like a stone sinking into the sea, silent. He can't make it. The king conferral ceremony is starting. On the day the king conferral ceremony officially started, there was still no news of Xiao Qin. The cultivators in the city who held expectations for Xiao Chen all sighed. How unfortunate. If we do not confer him a king this time, he will have to become a sovereign martial emperor if he wants to obtain a king conferral in the future. It's difficult. Let's not talk about whether he's alive or dead. This setback will leave a shadow in his heart. Whether he can advance to martial emperor or not will be a problem. I wonder what the king conferral ceremony will be like. Unfortunately, there are no invitations. Some people looked in the direction of the Tianwu Plaza in the city, revealing curious expressions in their eyes. The Tianwu Plaza was where the king conferral ceremony would be held. However, one needed invitations to enter. Those who could enter to watch the king conferral ceremony were either people from the 9 ranks of the great families or famous experts. There were many people who met the requirements. Nearly all the people who were invited were present. Nearly all the outstanding talents of the younger generation of the Kunlun realm were present. Some of the factions that had a good relationship with the White Emperor City would even send the Blue-Robed Emperor, giving the White Emperor City a lot of face. As for Emperor Wu, he was too far away. Unless there were great benefits, he would not be able to attract them. At this moment, the White Emperor City's Xiahou Ju stood on a tall platform in the center of the flower-filled Tianwu Plaza. He had a wide smile on his face, looking very spirited. Many golden statues stood behind the tall platform. All of them were cultivators that the Bushin Palace had conferred the title of king, representing great glory. However, behind Xiaoju's smile, he still felt somewhat nervous. When he looked around, he saw a huge crowd. The people who came were all famous major characters of the Kunlun realm. All the famous, outstanding talents of the younger generation had rushed over. Xiaoju felt somewhat fearful of a certain person suddenly appearing and completely overshadowing his brilliance on this day when he should be in the limelight. However, Xiaoju also felt some anticipation. Now that his strength had soared, he really wanted to compete with Xiao Qin in front of everyone. Xiaoju's emotions were conflicted and complicated. The black-clad old man presiding over the ceremony smiled reassuringly and said, "Young city lord, don't worry. I received news that the 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race found Xiao Qin 5 days ago." Xiaoju rejoiced in his heart. He suppressed his excitement and whispered, "Xiao Qin is dead?" The black-clad old man replied, "I don't know about that. Right now, no one can find any news from either side. However, young city lord, don't worry. Even if he managed to escape, he would be severely injured. If he still dares to come to the king conferral ceremony, he." Chapter 994. At the end, the old man smiled sinisterly. Xiaoju also revealed a smile. Participating in the king conferral ceremony in such a state was definitely seeking humiliation, becoming a foil for him. The Azura race's young clan head, Lan Xiaobai, comes to offer congratulations. The Quafu race's Run Kongjue comes to offer congratulations. 2 genius experts of the ancient races handed over their invitations. Immediately, someone called out the names of these people. This immediately attracted the gazes of many people. These 2 could be considered the peak outstanding talents of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, they came to the Bushin Palace's king conferral ceremony as well. After that, many other famous outstanding talents came. The heavenly starry oceans, Xianshui, Sect's young, sect master, and even a mysterious person from the Zodiac Hall came. After that, the Fiend Domain's Peacock King's descendant, the Fox King's adopted daughter and disciple, came personally, attracting everyone's attention. Congratulations rang out endlessly. More major characters from the Ghost Domain, Corpse Domain, and Profound Domain arrived. The descendants of several sovereign martial emperors came one after another, setting off waves of startled sighs in the plaza. Even Xiaoju, who was on the tall platform, frowned slightly. Xiao Chen was still aware of his own limitations. Given his fame, he could not attract so many people. That fellow's fame is truly resounding. However, this is good as well. Today, I can use your fame to support my king conferral ceremony. In the Haoqian sect's VIP stands, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu looked around, trying to find that familiar white figure. However, they withdrew their gazes in disappointment every time. Shui Lingling, who sat in the middle, bit her lip and frowned slightly. Why is this fellow in such a rush? If he still does not come, it will be too late. In the other places, the people on good terms with Xiao Qin saw that Xiao Qin was not on the tall platform. They could not hide their disappointment and worry. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the square. It was Di Wuk and Goddess Tianyu, she who came to congratulate them. Under everyone's gaze, Di Wuk had a confident smile on his face as he arrived at the Protoss VIP seats with Tianyushi. The fact that Di Wuk would actually come was out of many people's expectations. Glancing at the high platform, Di Wuk did not see Xiao Chen's figure. He calmed down a little and went to the VIP seats of the Protoss with Tianyushi. After about 15 minutes, when the black-clad old man hosting the ceremony saw that all the guests had arrived, he said eagerly, "Thank you, honored guests, for coming from afar to witness the king conferral ceremony of my Bushin Palace's new White Tiger King, young Master Xiaoju. Now that the auspicious hour has arrived, I hereby announce the official start of the king conferral ceremony." Right after the black-clad old man spoke, the huge ceremonial cannons placed in the plaza gave off loud rumbles. Clumps of light shot out and exploded, turning into 7-colored heavenly flowers that rained down from the sky. This was a man-made, mysterious phenomenon that consumed a lot of resources. Normally, they were 5-colored heavenly flowers. This time, for the sake of this king conferral ceremony, the White Emperor City's Holy Lord did not hesitate to expend a lot of resources to create such magnificent 7-colored heavenly flowers. The heavenly flowers rained down, too beautiful to behold. However, several people showed anxious expressions and did not have time to appreciate the scene. "Who is it? How dare you barge into the Tianwu Plaza?" Just as Bai Shui, Lingling, and the others were about to lose their patience, something strange happened. 3 explosive shouts came from outside the plaza. 3 Bushin Palace Grand Master level martial sages with extremely strong auras soared into the air, radiating killing chi. They wanted to kill the person barging into the plaza on the spot. Peering through the sky full of petals, one could vaguely see a white figure. The heavenly flowers rained down in a rainbow. Who was barging into the Tianwu Plaza? Did this person not know that the Bushin Palace, which was filled with experts, dared to cause trouble here? How bold was this person? The roar immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. The geniuses and the leaders of the sects all directed their gazes in the direction of the roar. The 3 Bushin Palace Grand Master level martial sages attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. The 3 of them executed their martial techniques, causing the sky to tremble and light to spread everywhere. The tremors caused the heavenly flowers to fly everywhere, and a strong wind blew. An indistinct white tiger image appeared behind them. That was the holy beast martial spirit. These 3 people were White Emperor City's Grand Master level martial sages. This person is going to die. Amid the boundless heavenly flowers, the strong wind covered the person's face. Only a vague silhouette could be seen. Although the crowd did not know who these people were, the 3 Bushin Palace Grand Master level martial sages were from the White Emperor City, a holy land. When they attacked, their demeanor and aura showed that they could kill an ordinary, great Grand Master level martial sages with one strike. Based on this person's age and aura, he did not seem like a great Grand Master level martial sage. How could he survive? Clang! However, just as the 3's martial techniques approached that person, a saber hum resounded in the sky. A bright saber light covered the blazing sun in the sky. Night suddenly fell. Only a saber light as resplendent and bright as the moon remained. The night was flawless, and the moon was perfect and flawless. There was an explosion in the air, and the moonlight vanished. The 3 great Grand Master level martial sages were knocked back 1 kilometer. The entire place was set abuzz. One person faced 3 great Grand Master level martial sages alone. Not only did he not lose, but he even knocked them back. Who exactly was this person? The white figure moved gently. His clothes fluttered, and his hair fluttered. Then he crossed the sky full of flower petals and landed on the tall platform. "Stop him!" Whoosh! Many figures shot out from the ground. The weakest of these people were Grand Master level martial sages. There were also many great Grand Master level martial sages. If an outsider dared to barge into the king conferral ceremony, it would be a big joke. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The white figure's hair fluttered, and saber music rang out like zither music. A wondrous zither song played in the sky. Boundless saber intent reverberated in the sky. One by one, the figures that shot into the air were lightly brushed by the white figure. Shao Chen! As the crowd approached, they could clearly see the appearance of that white figure. Several people's expressions changed as they cried out in shock. After passing the final great Grand Master level martial sages blocking his way, Xiao Chun landed on the tall platform. Then he tossed out his identity medallion and handed it to the old man beside Xiao Hoju. In a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Xiao Qin said in a calm tone, "I am the Haotian sect Xiao Qin, conferred King Conferral. Sorry for being late." When the black-clad old man saw the name on the identity medallion, his expression flickered. Back in the Bushan Palace, he was the trusted aide of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord. Otherwise, he would not have been the one to host this king conferral ceremony. These simple and indifferent words confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. A loud commotion resounded in the plaza. It really is Xiao Chen. He really came. Wasn't it rumored that the 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race severely injured him? That doesn't seem like it at all. In the Haotian sect's guest stands, Shui Lingling revealed a gentle smile as she heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiao Qin came. As long as he was alive, there was hope for everything. Bai, who stood with Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, squinted his eyes like a pair of crescent moons, his face filled with a joyful smile. The ghost race's Qing Qing smiled faintly. In the end, this fellow did not disappoint her. In the end, he still came. The full moon pavilion's Feng Xingxing, the Shiman clan Shiman Bao, the Battle Realm genius Niu Deng, and the others were slightly startled, not having expected this. Despite so many traps and layers of obstruction, Xiao Qin still appeared at the king conferral ceremony, arriving as promised. Some were shocked, some were disappointed, some rejoiced, and some were strangely furious. The deity race's Di Wuk showed a sullen expression. Xiao Chen appeared alive, and the deity race's great Grandmaster-level martial sages were nowhere to be found. That meant only one thing. The great Grandmaster-level martial sages who forged the deity statue all died at Xiao Chen's hands. In the corpse race's VIP seats, Xingju, the personal disciple of the corpse god palace's heaven punishing corpse god, said to Wei Hua, the underworld fire sovereign's descendant, "This person is Xiao Qin? He is the one who defeated you and Long Fei on Dragonwood Star, as well as the Iron Hand sovereign's descendant, Kuei-do?" Aside from the corpse god's bloodline, the corpse god palace had 4 other sovereign martial emperors, each of them in charge of a faction. The Underworld Fire Sovereign, the White Bone Sovereign, the Death Fire Sovereign, and the Ghost Fire Sovereign. In the past, there was also the Iron Hand Sovereign, who cultivated the physical body. However, the Iron Hand Sovereign had already betrayed the Corpse God Palace and was not counted. A murderous intent flashed in Wei Hua's eyes. He said through clenched teeth, "That's him." Xing Ju's gaze was frivolous, and his lips curled up slightly. He remained silent, thinking about something. Xiao Chen's appearance was unexpected, catching that black-clad old man off guard. He did not know what to say. "Senior, is my identity fake?" The black-clad old man recovered his wits and handed his identity medallion to Xiao Chen. "Your identity is not fake." Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "In that case, can we begin the king conferral ceremony?" Xiao Hoju, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "You speak in such absolute terms. Whether you can be conferred king or not is not decided yet. During the king conferral ceremony, experts of the same generation can challenge each other. If someone beats you half to death, there is no need for you to continue being conferred king." Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. Then he turned his head to look at Xiao Hoju and smiled. "Brother Xiao, since you are so confident, how about the 2 of us exchange moves first before being conferred king?" This provoked Xiao Hoju to agree. However, the black-clad old man at the side quickly said, "Young master, don't be rash. Confer king first." At the same time, Xiao Hoju sent a voice projection. "Don't fight with him first. Someone will deal with him later. Later, when everyone comes to offer their congratulations, the Holy Lord has already made arrangements. Let him make a fool of himself first." Xiao Hoju snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Chen. When everyone came to offer their congratulations, It was a competition of connections. When everyone came to offer their congratulations, Xiao Hoju was confident that, given the White Tiger Holy Lord status, no one in the Tianwu domain would dare to not give him face. Under the Holy Lord's pressure, aside from the Haotian sect, no one in the Tianwu domain would send a congratulatory gift to Shaoqin. At that time, there would be an endless stream of people coming to offer their congratulations. This would be a sharp contrast to the cold and cheerless scene of the other party. The king conferral ceremony began. The black-clad old man started to recite Xiao Hoju's military merits, speaking in an excited voice. Xiao Hoju, 1 million military merits, a great contribution. Bushin Palace specially conferred the title of White Tiger King, 100 bottles of sage-grade medicinal pills, 1 heaven-ranked cultivation technique, 1 king-grade secret treasure, and 1 set of White Tiger King armor. After detailing Xiao Hoju's military merits, the black-clad old man started to announce the rewards that Bushin Palace gave out. The long list of rewards was all worth cities. Music rang out, and beautiful girls on both sides of the tall platform stepped forward to help Xiao Hoju put on the White Tiger King armor, which shone with a bright light. Qian Yin of the Flowing Cloud sect is here on the orders of the sect master to congratulate young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby present a peak spirit vein. Chapter 995. After Xiao Hoju put on his clothes, he looked very awe-inspiring. Immediately, the sect sent their congratulatory gifts. The gift they gave was a top-grade spirit vein right off the bat. The generosity of a 9th-rank sect was indeed extraordinary. After accepting the gifts, Xiao Hoju smiled faintly and gave Shaoqin a playful look. The Thousand Mystery sect congratulates young Master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send 50 tons of black pattern gold. The Clearwater Gate congratulates young Master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send 50 tons of 1,000-year-old profound iron. The Blood Saber Pavilion congratulates young Master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send a Peak King grade secret treasure. Given the connections of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord, the 9 ranks of the great families of the Tianwu domain, aside from the Haotian sect, all sent their gifts. The scene was extremely majestic. This continued for 1 hour before the Tianwu domain's gift-givers slowly stopped. Xiao Hoju smiled endlessly. He purposely waved his hand and said to Shaoqin, "Brother Xiao, there are too many gifts. My hands are getting tired. If Brother Xiao does not receive any gifts, you can come to me to choose a few after this." The black-clad old man smiled and said, "This is the difference between a holy land and an ordinary sect. Some people are really bold, daring to be conferred king together with young Master Xia." Shaoqin frowned slightly. He did not understand what was there to be proud of. He only cared about the title of the Blue Dragon King. Aside from that, everything else was meaningless. As for the congratulatory gifts, Shaoqin did not care much about them. Right now, he only cared about one thing. What was his title? Xiao Hoju was the White Tiger King. In that case, would he be the White Robed King or the Blue Dragon King? If it was the former, there was no need for him to remain in this king conferral ceremony. Xiao Chen would beat up this Xiao Hoju and vent the frustration he suffered along the way. Then he would flick his sleeves and leave. If it was the Blue Dragon King, he could endure it for a while and vent his anger in the future. Xiao Hoju's title had been read out. Next, he would be awarded the badge and sworn allegiance to Bushin Palace. Then he would be the real Bushin Palace's White Tiger King. He could announce his title to the outside world and receive special treatment within the jurisdiction of Bushin Palace. However, before that, they had to announce Xiao Chen's title and wait for him to accept the congratulatory gifts before they could award the Xiao Hoju the emblem. Somewhat reluctantly, the black-clad old man took out the Bushin Palace announcement and read, "Xiao Chen, 1 million military merits, title Blue Dragon King. personally appointed by the Thunder King. Compared to Xiahou Ju's lengthy announcement, the black-clad old man's announcement of Xiao Chen's king conferral was clearly much simpler. His tone even seemed a little reluctant and perfunctory. However, these few words, especially the last 4 words, were personally appointed by the Thunder King. This made everyone present take a deep breath. To think that the Thunder King personally appointed Xiao Chen's title, the strongest human expert, a legend from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, actually participated in something that was not worth mentioning to them. When Xiahou Ju saw everyone's reactions, he felt displeased. He thought to himself, just you wait. Let's see what congratulatory gifts you can receive. When you receive a pile of trash, let's see how you can still be pleased. The Haoqian sect's Shui Lingling congratulates Xiao Qin on being conferred king. After the black-clad old man finished reading, Shui Lingling floated up. Holding a wooden box, she walked over to Xiao Qin and said with a smile, "Junior brother, congratulations on being conferred king. This is my gift." Xiao Chen received the box, but was not in a rush to open it. He raised his head and said with a smile, "Thank you, senior sister. Aren't you going to open it and take a look?" Shui Lingling blinked. At the side, Xiahou Ju sneered, "It is just trash. How could I be embarrassed to open it?" Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had long since resented the 3 holy masters, especially the White Emperor City's city lord. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's path to being conferred king had been fraught with death. Fortunately, the Thunder King stood up for him, helping him obtain the title of Blue Dragon King. Right now, Xiao Chen did not want to cause too much trouble. Xiao Chen gently opened the wooden box and cold qi poured out. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. A translucent frost pearl slowly flew out from the box. Instantly, snowflakes flew everywhere, dancing in the air above the entire Tianmu Plaza. Someone stretched out his hand and grabbed the snowflake. Then his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "This is the long-lost ice Immortal Pearl. It is said to be a treasure from the Immortal epoch. After refining it, one can directly comprehend the will of ice to great perfection. This thing actually exists. It is a treasure that can directly allow one to comprehend an additional will." Exclamations resounded in the surroundings. Everyone looked at the wooden box in Xiao Chen's hand with envious expressions. Just this ice Immortal Pearl surpassed all the gifts that Xiahou Ju had received. Xiahou Ju's face darkened slightly. He had not expected that Shui Lingling would give him such a precious item. Earlier, Xiao Chen called it trash. Now he was slapping his own face. He really wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Xiao Chen put away the ice Immortal Pearl and smiled at Xiahou Ju. "Brother Xiahou, your horizons are really extraordinary. I wonder how many of such trash you have in your hands?" Xiao Chen purposely emphasized the word trash, angering Xiahou Ju so much that his expression turned sullen. However, he could not find anything to rebut. "Don't get cocky. I will be watching from here in the Tianwu domain. Who else will come to give you a congratulatory gift?" Xiahou Ju was very frustrated. After holding it in for a long time, he could not think of anything else to say. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not argue with him. He performed a cupped fist salute and thanked Shui Lingling again. This was an important gift that even Xiao Chen found hard to reject. He Bai is here to congratulate elder brother Xiao Chen on being conferred the Blue Dragon King. Just as Xiahou Ju was waiting to see Xiao Chen make a fool of himself, he saw a young girl hopping over. She was also carrying a wooden box. The girl was very beautiful, charming, and enchanting. However, she also had a youthful and lively air. Her enchanting face did not look tacky. However, Xiao Chen had never heard of the name Bai before. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, someone came over to slap his face with a gift. Furthermore, it was a name that he had never heard of before. After being embarrassed by Shui Lingling earlier, Xiahou Ju could not help saying, "Where did this wild girl come from?" "Xiao Qin. Only such an unpresentable character would give you a gift." Bai directly ignored Xiahou Ju. She looked at Xiao Chen happily and said, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, open it and take a look. I pestered adoptive father for a long time to get this. He said that you would need it soon." When Xiahou Ju saw that Bai ignored him, he could not help feeling even angrier. What was his status? He was the holy son of the Tianwu domain, the White Tiger King, an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, this girl dared to ignore him, treating him like air. Xiao Chen could not help but get angry. He circulated his energy and pushed off the ground. A formless energy caused the wooden box to shatter with a bang, and cracks appeared on it. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he laughed loudly, indeed an unpresentable character. A box containing treasures cannot even withstand a gust of wind. Such a wooden box is definitely trash. Bang! The wooden box completely shattered and a golden light flashed. Then a golden dragon circled the sky. Whoosh! 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 A drizzle fell and golden spiritual rain drifted down from the sky. The spiritual energy in the entire Tianwu Plaza suddenly became 10 times denser, 100 times denser. Someone opened his mouth and sucked the golden spiritual rain into his mouth. That person immediately felt refreshed, and his law energy improved significantly. His expression changed dramatically, and his eyeballs nearly fell out. He said in a trembling voice, "This is a Holy Spirit vein." It really is a Holy Spirit vein, second only to a King's Spirit vein. Even for most of the 9 ranks of the great families, there was only one Holy Spirit vein. It was used to stabilize one's luck. In fact, there was an unwritten rule in this world that only sects with Holy Spirit veins were worthy of the 9 ranks of the great families. With a Holy Spirit vein, it would be an exaggeration to say that establishing one of the 9 ranks of the great families would not be difficult. The entire plaza burst into an uproar. Several people directly circulated their energies and opened their mouths, sucking in the golden spiritual rain in large mouthfuls. Among the 9 ranks of the great families, only a few inner sect elders could enjoy a Holy Spirit vein. Furthermore, there was a time limit. If it exceeded the time limit, it had to stop. At this moment, a Holy Spirit vein leaked out. Naturally, the cultivators who had never seen a Holy Spirit vein before could not contain their excitement. Xiahou Ju's complexion turned ashen. His mouth gaped open and his face turned red. He was so shocked that he could not say anything. Whoosh! 2 figures shot out, each holding a seal. They quickly subdued and suppressed the Holy Spirit vein. Then they shouted at Xiahou Ju, "Xiahou Ju, how bold of you! To think that you dare to boast shamelessly before the Fox King's adopted daughter. Who gave you such courage? In your eyes, even the Fox King is a minor character." The moment these words came out, the uproar immediately stopped. Everyone looked at Xiahou Ju, revealing expressions of pity. Who could have imagined that, aside from being pretty, this girl with an unsophisticated name was actually the Fox King's adopted daughter? Who was the Fox King? He was one of the 5 great experts of the Kunlun realm. He was as famous as the Thunder King, Emperor Forsaken, and the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. In terms of status, prestige, and strength, the Fox King was much stronger than the White Emperor City's City Lord, the White Tiger Holy Lord. The White Tiger Holy Lord was an absolute peak character of the Tianwu domain. Even when the Thunder King came out of closed-door cultivation, he did not dare to call others minor characters. Yet he, Xiahou Ju, actually said such a thing. This joke in front of all the heroes of the world was really too big of a joke. Xiao Qin had slapped his own face too ruthlessly. Bai put away the Holy Spirit vein and smiled. Don't bother with bad people. Today is elder brother Xiao Chen's big day of being conferred king. There is no need to be angry. The black-clad old man, who was already somewhat frightened, heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party had not let it go, this matter would have blown up. Hee, elder brother Xiao Chen, do you like it? If you do, I'll get adoptive father to give you a few more. Bai looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation. When the others heard this, they could not help but vomit blood. The Fox King's adopted daughter was indeed extraordinary. Holy Spirit veins were like buns. If he liked them, he would give her a few more. Xiao Chen accepted the Holy Spirit vein, feeling helpless in his heart. He did not know how to answer. If he said that he liked them, the Fox King would probably have the urge to chop him up. How could a Holy Spirit vein be like buns? Giving him one was already a great gift. If he said that he did not like them, Bai would definitely be disappointed. Fortunately, Kong Yuan and Yuan Su were here. They quickly tried to smooth things over, pulling Bai away. Sure, Chen, let's go down first. There are still gifts to give later. Don't delay. Chapter 996. Bai saw that there was indeed a group of people below the platform. They had arrived early, but had waited for a long time. Bai Qin stuck out his tongue and smiled embarrassedly. Then he quickly went down with the other two. After that, there were a few people. The leader was an old man who did not have a high cultivation. He was barely a peak superior grade martial monarch and looked very ordinary. A group of people behind him carried a 200-meter-long metal box as they followed the old man with some difficulty. The old man performed a cupped fist salute and said, "On the orders of my clan's young master, Yi Qin, we are here to congratulate you on being conferred king. We have prepared a small gift as a token of our respect." Yi Qin. Xiao Qin had never heard of this name before. Xiahou Ju learned his lesson and asked the black-clad old man for guidance. The other party shook his head, indicating that there was no such person in the Kunlun continent. None of the leaders of the major powers in the Kunlun continent had the surname Yi. Xiahou Ju was now confident that this person's invitation was definitely bought to support Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen could not help but smile coldly to himself. "I don't believe it. Your friends are all major characters. How high can a servant who is only a peak martial monarch be?" Originally, Xiao Chen thought that with so many people coming to congratulate him, he would embarrass Xiao Qin greatly before he was officially conferred king. However, who could have imagined that only the Haochen sect of the Tianwu domain would send a big gift? However, this big gift surpassed all of Xiao Chen's gifts. Then the Fox King's adopted daughter came to send a gift, embarrassing Xiao Qin even further. Since when had Xiao Qin ever lost so much face? Furthermore, he had lost it in front of all the outstanding talents of the world. How could he endure this? Xiao Chen raised his hand and pushed, circulating his law energy. Then, a beam of energy containing holy might shot out. The old man was caught off guard. How could he have expected Xiahou Ju to attack him? He vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked back. Men, carefully check this person's invitation and verify his identity. Does he really think that any random person can sneak into my king conferral ceremony? What a scandal! Xiao Hoju's expression was gloomy, but he was secretly pleased with himself. Xiao Qin, let's see how you're going to get out of this situation this time. You're just a character who got in by buying an invitation, and you still have the nerve to come up and give me a gift? Today, I attacked him in front of everyone. What can you do to me? Pa! A resounding slap rang out. Xiao Chen's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he slapped Xiao Chen. Intolerable! No need to endure anymore. The Holy Lord of White Emperor City secretly made a move on me on my way to being conferred king, causing me to have a narrow escape from death. I almost couldn't make it to this king conferring ceremony. It hadn't been easy for him to rush over, but this fellow had still provoked him time and time again. He had tolerated it time and time again for the sake of the big picture, but this fellow had gone from bad to worse. He had even touched the person sent by his friend to congratulate him. This was a move that no one expected. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Qin sent the bona fide Holy Scion flying with one slap. Not only was Xiao Hoju stunned by the slap, but everyone present was stunned as well. At the foot of the Bushan Palace, Xiao Qin directly slapped Xiao Hoju into the air before everyone. The slap was very loud and heavy. Everyone in the entire Tianwu Plaza could hear it. Di Wuk, who was sitting with Tian Yuxi, was somewhat stunned. He said softly, "He is too sharp. We need to stop him this time. Otherwise, he will really grow stronger." Several people thought the same as Di Wuk. Xiao Hoju clearly wanted to embarrass Xiao Qin, purposely injuring the person who gave him the gift, putting him on the spot. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Qin would be so decisive, using the most intense method to react? "If you dare to hit my person, then I dare to hit your face. If you want to see who is more ruthless, then let's see who is more ruthless." The corpse god's personal disciple, Xingju, originally appeared calm, but a murderous intent flashed on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Some of the people who had conflicts with Xiao Qin and were preparing to cause trouble for Xiao Qin at the king conferral ceremony all showed unsightly expressions. "You dare to slap me?" Xiao Hoju showed extreme rage on his face. He stretched out his hand, and a tiger roar resounded. The clouds came from the dragon, and the wind came from the tiger. With this roar, a boundless strong wind blew. Wild wind. What kind of wind could truly be called wild? It had to have momentum, boundless momentum, taller than the sky, wider than the earth, vaster than the sea, and more ferocious than the river. The wind that Xiao Hoju gathered with his finger could definitely be called wild. When Xiao Qin pointed, wind blew from all directions. A black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere and sucked Xiao Qin in. Rumble. A strong wind blew, and bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. The clouds pressed down, and heavy rain poured down. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The wind was in front, and the rain was behind. Thunder and lightning flashed and rumbled. The power of this finger used the wind as the foundation, materializing a complete mysterious phenomenon. This instantly increased the might of this finger tenfold. In a rage, Xiao Hoju made his move, materializing the mysterious phenomenon of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. This mysterious phenomenon directly sucked Xiao Qin in. A wild aura spread out from Xiao Hoju's body. Everyone in the Tianwu Plaza could feel the sharpness and will of Xiao Hoju. There was only one word for it: wild. I really underestimated Xiao Hoju. Unexpectedly, the power of one finger is so strong. He is the Holy Land Scion after all. I wonder how Xiao Qin is doing in there. He probably isn't having a good time. Xiao Hoju's finger gathered momentum too quickly. The wind blew, the rain arrived, and lightning followed. There is no way to dodge within 100 meters. The sudden berserk, Xiao Hoju, changed the situation in the plaza. It seemed like a fierce battle was about to begin. When Xiao Qin attacked, the strength that he displayed startled everyone. Unexpectedly, he instantly sucked in Xiao Qin. Everyone wondered what was going on with Xiao Qin in there. Bright moonlight flew out from the black whirlpool. A full moon hung high in the sky. The sky slowly turned dark. A perfect night, a perfect moon, lonely, cold, and calm. A cool breeze blew, and the saber sounded like music, like a zither or a flute. It rang out continuously, as if the cool breeze was echoing at the top of a mountain. Calm and collected, unflustered in the face of danger. If he was wild, let him be wild. The bright moon illuminates the river. If he was wild, let him be wild. The cool breeze blows the mountain. One's aura will eventually run out. Look at him being wild. I will not move. When I move, the wind scatters, the rain shatters, the thunder shatters, and the lightning shatters. Xiao Hoju's expression changed slightly. The might of this finger was tyrannical to the 9 heavens. However, it was like he had struck a ball of cotton, grabbing nothing. The might of one move was, after all, only one move. If he wanted to continue, he would have to change moves. With a thought, Xiao Hoju formed a hand seal with one hand, wanting to change moves again. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen's fingers' might ran out, a saber light shot out from the black whirlpool. The violent wind suddenly dissipated, and the thunderstorm that was triggered by the wind naturally collapsed along with it. The seemingly berserk attack broke when a strand of saber light appeared. Just as Xiao Hoju was about to launch his second finger attack, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and took the initiative to attack. The bright moon in the sky turned into a strand of saber chi and launched a sneak attack. Xiao Hoju could only scatter his energy to defend. This strand of saber light knocked Xiao Chen back again. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He was significantly injured. Young Master Xia, the invitation is real. The young master of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance's Alliance Chief personally sent people. Just as Xiao Hoju raged in his heart and got to his feet, preparing to fight Xiao Chen, the Bushin Palace's people had already checked the old man's invitation and announced the results. How can this be? How can this group of people be from the Northern Sea Alliance? Xiao Hoju felt somewhat dizzy. All his fighting spirit vanished, replaced by a chill. To think that he was from the Northern Sea Alliance. The Northern Sea Alliance was far from the Kunlun continent. No wonder Xiao Chen had never heard of the name Yi Qin. However, Xiao Chen had heard of the Northern Sea Alliance before. It was a super faction of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. In terms of strength and accumulations, it was weaker than Bushin Palace. However, it was much stronger than Xiao Chen's White Emperor City. Misfortune truly did not come alone. First, Xiao Chen offended the Fox King's adoptive daughter. Then he offended the Northern Sea Alliance's people. What kind of demonic existences were Xiao Chen's friends? The gazes of the others on Xiao Hoju turned from sympathy to pity. With the various factions coming to congratulate Xiao Chen, White Emperor City had made ample preparations. The various major factions of the Tianwu domain had come out one after another, putting Xiao Hoju in the limelight. However, when it was Xiao Chen's turn, Shui Lingling immediately defeated Xiao Hoju. Not only did Xiao Chen lose face, but he also offended the Fox King and the Northern Sea Alliance, 2 major factions. Old sir, are you all right? After slapping the other party, Xiao Chen had vented some of his frustration. He could not be bothered to waste time with the other party anymore. He quickly walked over to the old man that Xiao Hoju injured. The old man smiled and said, "The injuries are not serious. After recuperating for a while, he will be fine." Young Master said that young Master Xiao is a loyal person. Indeed, it is true. This big gift is worth it. Open the box. Young Master Xiao, please appreciate this big gift. My young master's gift will not embarrass the Northern Sea Alliance. Even with 10-odd peak martial monarchs carrying the 200-meter-long metal box, they still found it hard to do so. What exactly was in the box? Many people had long been curious about this mysterious metal box. It seemed like each of Xiao Chen's friends was more incredible than the last. The Fox King's adopted daughter already gave a Holy Spirit vein. Could the things in the metal box compare to a Holy Spirit vein? Upon hearing the order to open the box, the cultivators carrying it all heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of their hands, they opened the mechanism. The huge metal box's lid sprang open. Roar! The instant the box was opened, a dragon roar that had been suppressed for a long time came from the metal box. The surroundings trembled, and a surging dragon might spread out in all directions. This was different from the dragon might that ordinary cultivators imitated. This was the most primitive dragon might. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura, as if it had been many tens of thousands of years. The voice of a true dragon. What is in there? It has such a horrifying dragon might. Could it be the spine of a true dragon? A 200-meter-long true dragon spine. That is too exaggerated. In that case, how big was the true dragon when it was alive? The bones of a true dragon were worth cities. Their rarity went without saying. Among the bones, the spine of a true dragon was the most precious. Chapter 997. Back then, Anjuanchi had obtained a rare spine and forged it into a subdivine weapon, the true dragon lightning whip. That spine was no more than 10 meters long, but it was already extremely rare and could be made into a subdivine weapon. The true dragon spine before Shaoqin was 200 meters long. How horrifying would its value be? As the saying went, dragons lurked in the depths. This saying was true. Probably only the Northern Sea Alliance could find such a long true dragon's spine in the world. The large metal box quickly closed. Xiao Chen felt somewhat startled. This gift was too heavy, so heavy that he did not dare to accept it. Young Master Xiao, there is no need to worry. You saved my clan's young master's life in the heavenly ruin wasteland, so you deserve this gift. Furthermore, my clan's young master values his friends the most. Since young Master Xiao is conferred the Blue Dragon King, you should be worthy of this king of dragon's spine. The black-clad old man spoke leisurely. From his tone, it was clear that he had a good impression of Xiao Qin. Clearly, Xiao Chen's earlier slap had helped this old man vent his frustrations. Not far away, Xiao Hoju's eyes popped out. He thought to himself, trash, a pile of trash. This trash was not a gift that Xiao Qin had received. Instead, it was something that he had received himself. Compared to Xiao Qin, it could not even be considered trash. Now, Xiao Qin seemed to understand what a friend was. The White Emperor City's holy lord stood at the peak of the Tianwu domain. He relied on his reputation to get the 100 sects of the Tianwu domain to congratulate him. These people were not related to Xiao Qin at all. They only came because of the holy lord. How could they really give him a congratulatory gift on the level of a charming treasure? However, although Xiao Chen's friends were few in number, they were all friendships that he had obtained with his life on the line. In the future, if these friends were in trouble, Xiao Chen would definitely help them, not hesitating to go through water or tread on fire. Of the many people who came to congratulate him, one was a casual acquaintance who congratulated him for face. The other was a friend who had gone through life and death with him. Even if Xiao Chen's friends only gave him a pile of junk, it would still be 10,000 times better than his pile of flashy but impractical things. The people of the Northern Sea Alliance withdrew. The young master of the Muddy Sky Gate, one of the 3 peak sects of the primal chaos domain, Qi Wuxiwe, sent someone to deliver his congratulatory gift. Xiahou Ju was no stranger to the Muddy Sky sect. Its strength was almost the same as the current White Emperor City, but it lacked some resources. These were the people sent by the 3 overlords of the primal chaos domain. Xiahou Ju did not dare to underestimate them. But now, even if an ordinary person came, Xiahou Ju would not dare to do anything excessive. His face was trembling, and he didn't dare to look at the gifts that the others had given to Xiao Qin. The more he looked at them, the sadder he felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what he had accepted was a pile of trash, and that he was just finding trouble in his heart. What Qi Wuxiwe asked someone to deliver was the beautiful mountain and river painting. Back in the heavenly ruin wasteland, the few major factions had worked together to fight over it. In the end, the Muddy Sky Gate ended up winning it. This was another valuable treasure. When everyone saw it, their eyes turned bloodshot with fervent expressions. Following that, the corpse race white-boned sovereign's descendant, the Dragon Man, delivered his congratulatory gift. However, this Dragonman's gift was rather special. It was a note. This note recorded the traces of the Despair Throne, which the Dragon Man had found in the heavenly starry ocean. This was useful and practical information to Xiaoqin. Congratulations. This lady does not have much to give, so I will give you a soul-gathering pearl. The ghost race's Qing Qing stepped forward and delivered her congratulatory gift. Although Qing Qing spoke casually, it still caused a significant commotion. What was the use of a soul-gathering pearl? When a person died, their 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls would immediately scatter. A soul-gathering pearl could ensure that the soul would not scatter for 7 days. If one's physical body did not deteriorate within 7 days, it could create a heaven-defying miracle of resurrection. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Xiaoqin. It was like they were looking at a human-shaped treasure trove. If anyone managed to rob Xiaoqin, they would obtain boundless wealth. Young Master Xiao, a stranger asked me to pass this painting to you during the king conferral ceremony. Congratulations on being conferred king. A fiend race cultivator that Xiaoqin did not recognize stepped forward and handed him a painting. Xiaoqin unfurled the painting, feeling somewhat confused. The painting was only black and white. It depicted the scene behind the bridge of helplessness in the 9 layers of purgatory. Behind the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, an azure-clad man was looking at the fragments of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiaoqin could only see his back, not his appearance. Aside from this, there was nothing special about it. It was just a very simple painting. With so many people, Xiaoqin found it strange. However, he did not show it on his face. He carefully put away the painting and said to the person who came, "Many thanks. This painting is very important to me. An old friend of mine gave it to me." The person who came smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao is too polite. It was just a slight effort on my part." Not many people came to give congratulatory gifts to Xiaoqin. Compared to Xiao Hoju's many sects, it was much more deserted. However, at this point, everyone knew that the main character of the king conferral ceremony had already changed from Xiao Hoju to Xiaoqin. Or rather, the main character had never changed. This was Xiaoqin's king conferral ceremony. Just when everyone thought that the shock was over, a congratulatory gift from the chaotic, demonic sea shocked everyone again, flabbergasting them. The newly crowned empress of the chaotic, demonic sea's merfolk race sent a congratulatory gift for Xiaoqin's king conferral, the emperor-grade secret treasure Neptune's crown. This was a bona fide emperor-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it was a secret treasure that Neptune used back then. As Xiaoqin received Neptune's crown, he knew that Yaoyan already had the thorn sovereign circlet and that this Neptune's crown was unnecessary. However, this was an emperor-grade secret treasure, that Neptune used in the past. Yet, Yaoyan gave it away just like that. It looked like Xiaoqin felt guilty about what happened in the Neptune Palace. The segment of congratulatory gifts finally came to an end. Compared to the two, Xiao Hoju was utterly embarrassed, like a joke. In the distant, honored guest stands, the Phoenix's Passion Palaces, Nuan Muyun, and the Divine Martial Gates Feng Wuji, both revealed expressions of lingering fear. Back then, the 3 holy masters intended to send out one person to suppress Xiaoqin. Because the 2 did not have much ambition, they did not care about it, so they gave it to Xiao Hoju. If they had not rejected it back then, the one standing on the platform would have been them. When they thought about what happened to Xiao Hoju today, they all trembled in fear. Nuan Muyun sighed softly. Xiao Hoju is a little too obsessed with these external things. He places too much importance on these external things. If his heart is a little more relaxed with his talent, his strength can go a step further. Feng Wuji shook his head and said, "He has always been the strongest person of the human race's younger generation." When he met with Xiaoqin, who appeared out of nowhere, his mentality became unstable. Actually, this is understandable. Today's matter might not only be bad for him. Nuan Muyun looked around and said calmly, This Xiao Qin is indeed strong. However, he has made too many enemies, and his sharpness is too strong. There might be variables in his king conferral. What variables? Nguyen Muyun pointed in a direction and said, "Look over there. That pale-faced youth in black is the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's personal disciple, Xie Zishuan. From the moment Xiao Chun arrived, the killing qi in his eyes never disappeared. Look over there. That is the Corpse God Palace's heaven-punishing Corpse God's disciple, Xingju. He is the strongest person of the corpse race's younger generation. When Xiao Chun made his move earlier, I also noticed the killing qi in his eyes. There is also Diwuk. Even now, I still cannot see through him. I wonder what he is planning." The backers of these three are the strongest experts of the Kunlun realm. They are the most ambitious. How could they just watch as Xiao Qin is conferred king? As for the descendants of the other sovereign martial emperors, there is no telling if he can successfully obtain the Blue Dragon King's insignia. Feng Wuji looked in the direction Nguyen Muyun pointed. When he heard what she said, surprise appeared on his face. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Qin to have so many strong enemies. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor, Emperor Forsaken, and Xingtian were all experts who were as famous as the Thunder King. Before Diwuk and the other two came, they might have received instructions from them. Next was the conferment of the king's insignia. With this insignia, Xiao Chen would gain the Bushin Palace's recognition. Xiao Chen's conferment of the Blue Dragon King would be thoroughly acknowledged. Xiao Hoju should be able to obtain this insignia very easily. However, if Xiao Chen wanted to obtain it, it would be somewhat difficult. Before obtaining the insignia, the Bushin Palace allowed cultivators of the same generation to challenge the conferment of king. Under normal circumstances, on account of the Bushin Palace, they would stop at a certain point and exchange pointers. However, right now, the Bushin Palace, which was under the control of the three holy masters, clearly did not support Xiao Qin, nearly shedding all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Chen could no longer rely on the big tree that was the Bushin Palace. He could only rely on himself now. A pretty maidservant stepped forward, carrying a tray with the White Tiger King's insignia on it. It flickered with a silver light, giving off a treasured light. This was an extremely high-quality secret treasure in itself. After the oath of loyalty was completed, the pretty maidservant picked up the White Tiger King's insignia and prepared to pin it on Xiao Hoju's chest. Once it was pinned on, Xiao Hoju would be able to openly call himself the White Tiger King from now on. Qi. When the insignia was completely imprinted on Xiao Chen's chest, it turned into a white tiger and merged with his clothes. His white tiger battle armor also underwent some changes, seeming to be filled with more spirituality. As expected, he was successfully conferred king, and no one came to challenge him. Standing at the side, Xiao Hoju glanced at Xiao Qin and said, "Please, according to the Bushin Palace's rules, once you fail to be conferred king, all the congratulatory gifts will have to be returned. I look forward to your exciting expression at that time." This kind of person would always wait to see you make a fool of yourself. As long as you stumbled slightly, they would hit you while you were down and mock you with all their might. The maidservant brought the Blue Dragon King's insignia. The insignia was green in color and had the image of a dragon engraved on it. It gave off a faint green light, misty and dreamy. Under the guidance of the black-clad old man, Xiao Qin completed the oath of loyalty ceremony. After the old man recited some cumbersome words, he said, "Time has passed. The Blue Dragon King's insignia has been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years. Now I bestow it to you. I hope you cherish it and take care of it." Humph! How noble is the title of Blue Dragon King! To think that the Bushin Palace would so casually bestow it on a nobody. Ren Kongjue will not accept this. A cold shout rang out, and a tall and sturdy figure landed heavily on the platform. It was the Kwafu clan's Ren Kongjue. Bang! When Ren Kongjue landed, It was like a mountain crashing down, creating a loud sound. Dust flew up, and a shock wave split mountains. The compressed space rippled like water as it surged out. It's here, Shao Chen thought to himself, as calm as still water. It's here. The one that should come finally came. I will settle all the grudges of the past in this king conferral ceremony. Anyone who obstructs me from being conferred king will be defeated by me. No one will be able to escape my defeat. Who was Ren Kongjue? He was an outstanding talent of the ancient Kwafu clan. He had appeared in recent years. The moment he appeared, he shone brightly in the starry heaven's silver lake, daring to compete with Diwok. The sand and dust that Ren Kongjue kicked up could split mountains. One could easily imagine how strong he was.